everybody, and welcome back to Great American Ballpark. After 3 hours and 35 minutes, we are going to be playing baseball. 4:45 is the official start time of this afternoon's game, so 3 hours and 35 minutes late. We are going to play baseball. It's the final time the Reds and Nationals meet this season, so that's why it's so important, Jim, to get this game in. And so what have you been doing for the last 3 hours?
Well, I was knitting a blankie for Marty Brenneman, and he is now upstairs snuggling with that. But we're going to play baseball, and right now the national anthem. Let's pause for that.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
Very nice rendition of today's national anthem. You know, Jim, back on May 2nd, Bronson Arroyo had to wait a day before they played the Chicago Cubs. Remember the rain out there? Yeah. He was facing another fireballer then, and Jeff Samardzija. Samardzija won that game over Bronson. They both pitched wonderfully, 3-1. So today he has to wait almost 4 hours to pitch against yet another fireballing pitcher.
True that, as they say. And Bronson Arroyo, 2-1 record with a 2.75 ERA, and he's coming off a very good outing. Monday in Milwaukee, 6 2/3, 1 earned run, a 6-1 Reds victory. He has faced this Nationals team back in April. He was brilliant, 7 1/3 scoreless baseball. He was a victim of a blown save that day, and we talked to him about facing this Nationals lineup.
Yeah, it's a real diverse lineup, you know. I mean, they got a little bit of kind of a mixed bag, you know. They got some guys with some power. You know, some scrappy guys that don't give you easy at-bats. I mean, they foul a lot of balls, especially at the top of the lineup. And, you know, I don't know, just overall, it's just a tough team from top to bottom. I mean, they're even the quiet guys that you may not have paid attention to so much, like Ramos, you know, in years past. I mean, these guys are coming up with big hits and putting good swings on the ball. So it's, you know, mix that with a great starting rotation. I mean, they've been a tough team to beat.
And Bronson Arroyo, as we've said many times, prefers to pitch at night. So with the rain delay, we're going to be close. He's hopefully at least going to pitch a portion of this game at night.
Yeah, and you know, you look at this lineup that he's facing tonight, and a lot of the big names are not there. Worth and Morris are both on the DL, but it's been the bottom of the lineup that has really come through for this Washington National team. One of them, a guy that was hitting as this series started under 200, talking about Danny Espinosa. But he's really been doing well. He got his average up to 205 in this series. He's got a 4-game hitting streak. That series hitting .333 with a double, a couple of home runs, 3 RBI, 2 stolen bases. But again, you can't let guys like Espinosa beat you. Long Beach State kid had a big year last year, but off to a very slow start this season. Let's check out that lineup, and here's how they come out. Ian Desmond will lead things off at short. Roger Bernardina, Ryan Zimmerman, Adam LaRoche, Bryce Harper, Danny Espinoza, Rick Akil in center. Jesus Flores replaces Wilson Ramos. If you watched last night, he blew out the ACL on a passed ball. It turned funny, went down to the ground, and of course the fireballer Edwin Jackson on the mound for the Nats.
And Edwin Jackson, the Reds owe him one, because back in April, he went the distance against the Reds and threw just 92 pitches en route to recording his 5th career shutout. But he makes his first ever start here at Great American Ballpark. How will that rain delay and waiting to pitch affect him? Well, we're going to find out together. But again, the Reds owe this guy one, and he's going to face a guy in the middle of the lineup, Joey Votto, on-base percentage guy, and that continues.
Boy, it really does. And when there are guys on base for Votto, he's been fantastic this year with runners in scoring position, hitting over 400 for Joey. It's when no one's on base when he's having the most trouble. But a 7-game hitting streak for Votto. During that streak, 348, 4 doubles, 3 RBI. He leads the National League in doubles with 15, also in walks with 31. And for the year, he's sitting at 296 clip with a couple of home runs and 18 RBI. It would be nice to see him get that average over 300, get those power numbers up again.
Here's your Reds lineup today. Drew Stubbs will lead off as Zach Kozar gets the day off. So Chris Heisey in the 2-hole. He'll play left. Middle part, Votto, Phillips, and Bruce. Todd Frazier again at third base with Scott Rowland on the disabled list. Ryan Hannigan, as he always does, will catch Bronson Arroyo. And Wilson Valdez gets the start at shortstop today. He will hit in the 8-hole.
Tell you what, the saving grace for this Reds team this entire season has been the bullpen. And when we come back to Great American Ballpark, we're going to show you 2 heads of that monster down there that have been almost unhittable. There's Davey Johnson, the former Reds manager, and now the Nats head man. It's the Nationals of the Reds. A final game coming up. Stay with us. Still more to come.
A lot of sitting around today, but it'll be over soon. Scheduled 4:45 first pitch here. Final game of a 3-game set, Reds and Nationals here on Fox Sports Ohio. He's Jeff Pecoro, I'm Jim Day. A Reds Live Part 2 if you will. And the field conditions should be pretty good because it didn't have a downpour, so you didn't see those puddles that form in the outfield and on the track and stuff. So, and this field drains very well. The infield was covered the whole time. Outfield's going to be wet, but it's a very playable field out there.
Yeah, Doug Galat and his staff do a fantastic job. It was covered the whole time, so no rain hit that infield. It should be in pristine condition. The outfield, as you said, will be wet. It won't affect a couple of guys out of the Reds bullpen because nothing affects him. We're talking Logan and Drusick, and of course, Aroldis Chapman. They've been almost unhittable this year. For Logan and Drusick, 16 appearances, covering 14 2/3 innings. He's retired the first batter 14 of 16 times, a 0.00 earned run average. He's 2-0 with a save, and Chapman's been even better in 13 games. He's 3-0 through 17 2/3 innings. He is not allowed to run either. The Pen leads the National League in ERA at 241, strikeouts with 118, and opponent's batting average at 208. These two have really picked up the slack, and they're getting it done.
And Logan Ondrusik, and Chris Welsh has talked about that. His velocity continues to go up. When he first came up, he was throwing 92. Man, he's in the mid-90s now, and 6'8", throwing downhill. In fact, that's what Dusty Baker. Yeah, that's what Dusty Baker calls him. He said, "Come on downhill," because everything that he pitches is straight downhill, and that's hard to hit as a hitter. Well, the Reds up the middle. Well, they got some brilliant defense. We know that Brandon Phillips brings that Gold Glove defense, and he's played with many shortstops in his career. But Zach Kozar, I think, is opening many eyes around baseball. They knew he was solid defensively. Weren't sure if he could make the spectacular play. I would say that's a spectacular play. That looks like Barry Larkin going deep in the hole. And then this, Brandon Phillips, as good as you'll ever see, especially in a pressure situation. That was bases loaded, 2 outs in a tie ball game, and he had the courage, the guts, and the confidence to make that play, and they continue to turn double plays. Kozar and Phillips up the middle. You can't beat that combination.
And you know what? That is almost routine to him because Brandon Phillips practices those type of plays before the game. Before any of you fans get to come down to the ballpark, he's out there for hours on the field. They get out there around 2:30, 3 o'clock sometimes, and he practices throwing between his legs, throwing behind his back, throwing with his glove, the scoop passes that he throws to these guys because he wants to be in a game almost second nature to him. He learned that from watching guys like Omar Vizquel and the Ozzie Smiths of the world. He does it, and he's just as good.
Brandon Phillips is a great bowler as well. And you're saying, or why are you bringing that up? He's thrown many 300 games. He bowls between his legs. He threw a 175.
He was almost 200.
Broke 200 bowling between his legs. So he's just a tremendous athlete. Bronson Arroyo's going to go to the hill. Righty on the hill, trying to salvage something out of this 3-game set. And there he is getting ready. We'll be back after this.
after over 3 hours of sitting and waiting, we're going to play some baseball. Hi, hello, and welcome to Great American Ballpark. George Grant along with Chris Welsh for Mother's Day baseball. As soggy as it is, a whole bunch of folks have hung in there during some torrential rain at times, sprinkling rain at other times, and they're ready to see the Reds and the Nationals go at it in Game 3 of this 3-game set. Dusty Baker and the Reds trying to end the brief 3-game homestand with a victory before they continue a 20-game and 20-day stretch and head to the road down to Atlanta. And the Nationals are trying to win another one and head home on their own right. Let's check the starting lineup for Davey Johnson and the Washington Nationals, who's come in 19-12 with a half-game lead in the National League East. Ian Desmond will lead it off. Roger Bernardina, who's getting a chance to play in left, and he's made the best of it with some productive at-bats in this series, will bat number 2. Ryan Zimmerman hits third. Adam LaRoche, among the league leaders in 6 offensive categories, will hit in the cleanup spot. The 19-year-old phenom Bryce Harper back in right field. Danny Espinosa, who's homered twice and gotten his average over 200 for the first time in a while, followed by Rick Ankiel, Jesus Flores, who now takes over behind the plate, and Edwin Jackson on the mound. That is your AXA Advisors starting lineup for Davey Johnson and the Washington Nationals. On the mound for the Reds, here's Bronson.
Looking for win number 3 on the year. Actually looking for win number 1 here at Great American Ballpark, where his 0-1 inflated earned run average. He's been very good on the road. He pitched extremely well his last time against the Nationals going back in mid-April.
A looping breaking ball drops in there for strike number 1 as Ian Desmond steps in. 3 hits in the series and even 300 for the series. Got his average up over 250. The 257. Got some power, got some speed. Takes it down and away, says home plate umpire Marty Foster. Foster behind the plate. Tim Timmons over at first. Jeff Kellogg, your umpire, at second. And Eric Cooper, the umpire, at third. Bronson trying to win his third. He comes in 2-1 with an ERA that has been dropping as he has pitched well for the Reds. And Chris, I guess on a day when you have a 3-hour and 36-minute rain delay, of all the Reds pitchers, this is the guy that can handle it better than anybody.
You're probably right about that. I mean, he's probably an expert at hanging out, but also he's an expert at being able to focus his energy and hanging and making sure that he doesn't expend that energy mentally anyway, because that's where you get tired during a rain delay. Not physically, but you're emotionally spent if you worry about whether the rain's going to stop, when you're going to start the game, what the window opportunity is. Are we going to be delayed? Am I going to pitch in Atlanta tomorrow instead of pitching against the Nationals today? All those things go through your mind, but I think Bronson Arroyo has a way to keep it simple.
You know he likes to pitch at night more than the day. He almost ended up with a night game tonight.
3.5-hour rain delay almost got us there.
Here's the 1-2. Into right. Back goes Bruce, reaching up. Got it. Post pattern for Jay Bruce. He hauls it in. Let's check your forward defensive alignment for the Reds. The Reds have some Gold Glove caliber in the outfield. Chris Heisey will get the start over in left. Drew Stubbs in center. Jay Bruce over in right. Todd Frazier for Scott Rowland, who's on the disabled list with his recurring shoulder difficulties. Valdez will get the start at short as Zach Kozart gets the afternoon-evening off. Phillips and Votto, Gold Gloves on the right. And Ryan Hannigan back behind the plate catching Bronson Arroyo. That's your forward defensive alignment. The Reds third in the league defensively. They've committed only 17 miscues. Arroyo, can he get it there in time? No, it'll be a base hit. But Bernardina has tried it twice in the series, and he finally makes it work. On the slippery grass, Bronson can't catch up to it. It goes as a base hit, and it's 1 out and 1 on.
It's a great weapon right there. Remember, Bronson Arroyo, the reigning Gold Glove Award winner among pitchers, and he gets off the mound as well as anybody. But he's got to be able to scoop or field and scoop at the same time right there, and that ball was just hit a little bit too hard, which really makes it a perfect bunt. Great slow-mo look at that. Performance Honda brings us that one.
So Bernardino has 3 stolen bases, 1 of them in this series.
Arroyo's been good in that department. He's only allowed 3 on the year. They've thrown out 1. That would be Ryan Hannigan, of course, his personal catcher. Last year he only gave up 9 all year long.
And Hannigan, as usual, over 40%. He's thrown out 43% of those that have tried to steal against the Reds.
Well, he's working this year. Hannigan is with with guys that have had a pretty good run of it. That with the exception of Matt Latos. Latos still big guy, long delivery, a little bit more delivery to the plate. But Cueto and Arroyo, these other guys that he catches consistently, they are very tough to get good leads and run on.
Hey, Chris, the philosophy of this game, we wait 3 hours and 36 minutes. And there still is rain in the area, so you figure both Dusty Baker and Davey Johnson want to get on the board early.
Well, they do, yeah. I'm not so sure you play for a short game, but you want to get on the game early. You want to get on the board early because it's traditionally shown that whoever scores first usually ends up winning.
The
you go
hope
back
is
to 1900, it's remarkable how the team that scores first has the upper hand almost all the time.
Jesse Jackson, how was it in 1900? It was, huh? Jesse's been here that long, hasn't he?
Sometimes he acts like it.
1 ball to the third baseman, Ryan Zimmerman.
Maybe longer than that with all the artifacts from Pompeii that he has in his trunk.
Jim Day keeps him supplied.
Big lead down there for Bernardino. Even bigger now.
And maybe expect him to go in this at bat somewhere. Zimmerman in at 247. Of all the batters in this lineup, he's had the best overall success. 346 against Bronson, 9 for 26 in his career. Ryan bothered again by a series of injuries. That's the only thing that sidetracked him from being exceptional game in and game out. Most recent injury, a strained right shoulder, back off the disabled list this past week. Solid player, good leader. That becomes even more critical for this Nationals club with all the injuries that they've had. Most recent to go out, Jason Worth, their right fielder. They helped to get Michael Morse back. He'll be playing left field instead of first base when he does come back, but they hope to get him back at least a DH against the American League teams next month. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Left center field, long run for Stubbs, cruising at the warning track. He'll haul it in. Tagging and trying for second, and getting there will be Bernardino. He'll take a big run towards third and hold there. Aggressive on the base pass. Roger Bernardino advances from first to second on the long fly ball to the warning track in left center.
That's a good heads up base running play for Bernardino. He knows that his wheels are maybe his best asset. And when you get the center fielder going away from home plate, catching that ball on the run, he's going to see that ahead of him and take a shot at it. Now, if that throw had come in strong right at the bag, he would still have had time to turn around and go back.
Twice in this series, Nationals have tagged up at first on deep fly balls, and twice Drew Stubbs' throw was right on the money. They did not advance. This time they do. Here's Adam LaRoche. What a season he's off to, and he's been a one-man wrecking crew against the Reds. 333 overall, 6 homers, 23 knocked in. That equates to being in the top 10 in average runs batted in. He's in the top 10 in walks too. A guy who spent most of last year on the shelf with a torn labrum in his shoulder. Happy to be healthy. And boy, the Nationals have needed his offense in a year when their roster has been decimated. Quiet, unassuming guy that adds a presence to the lineup, and he's pretty solid around the bag too, Chris.
Well, he's good around the bag, George, but he's locked in right now, and you can watch him in the batter's box. He's very quiet. He just has an air of confidence right now that you can kind of sense that he's seeing the ball well. I mean, even that pitch right there, I mean, that was just a couple of inches outside, didn't miss by much, but he just kind of not even moved. He knew immediately that it did not come out of the pipe. Although against Arroyo, he's not done so well in his career. Of course, he and Arroyo go way back, way beyond the Washington Nationals years.
2-0. They overshift against him with the shortstop Valdez behind the second base bag.
That's a pitch right there that Arroyo just threw, the cutter that he's throwing a lot more this year than he did last year. In fact, he's throwing a lot fewer normal fastballs, a lot more cutters, just trying to keep one step ahead of the hitters.
Breaking ball drops in there for a strike, and it's 3-1.
Dropped his arm on that breaking ball right there. Sometimes he'll throw a fastball from down there, sometimes a slider.
Battles back to a full count, 3-2.
Backdoor breaking ball. Nice pitch there.
You say it about some pitchers, and this guy's probably at the top of the list. He'll pitch backwards. When you expect a fastball, they'll give you a breaking ball. Not afraid to throw any pitch at any time, or for that matter, from any angle.
Well, it gives hope to kids that don't throw hard. I mean, if you top out in the mid-80s nowadays, you may not have a hard time getting signed. But here he is winning big league games.
That's loop to left in the seats and out of play.
Just goes to show you, if you continue to nurture your off-speed stuff and you have a belief in your stuff and you not afraid to attack the strike zone, when you say that a pitcher should be aggressive, that doesn't mean you rear back and try to throw it as hard as you can down the middle. That's not what aggressive is. Aggressive is attacking the strike zone with every one of your weapons. And for Bronson Arroyo, that's at least 5 different pitches. 5 that we know about, maybe 3 more that he makes up on the fly.
On the fly. Full count again with 2 away. He got him. How about that for bouncing back? Bronson gets Adam LaRoche to close it out with the runner in scoring position. Stubbs, Heisey, Votto due up next. Reds baseball on this Mom's Day on Fox Sports Ohio, being brought to you by the 2012 Ford F-150 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. By Cincinnati USA. Let us be your travel guide to Cincinnati USA. Visit CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline. Game time is Skyline time. Stop by your favorite Skyline chili today. Now, rain or no rain, the concession stands were busy today here at Great American Ballpark. And now they're finally going to get a chance to see some baseball. Let's check our AXA Advisors starting lineup for Dusty Baker and the Reds. Drew Stubbs back in the leadoff spot with Zach Cozart getting the start of this one off. Heisey in the number 2 spot, followed by Joey Votto. Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce will hit behind him. Frazier back at 3rd. Hannigan behind the plate hits in the 7th spot. Wilson Valdez, the shortstop, will hit 8th, and Bronson Arroyo, good hitting pitcher in the number 9 spot. Reds have seen this guy's act before. Edwin Jackson is tough.
Well, he's been all over the place. This right-hander has been around a lot, even though he's only 28 years old. He broke in with the Dodgers. In 2008, he's been with the Tampa Bay Rays, Detroit, Arizona, a couple of years with the White Sox. Last year, split time with the White Sox and the St. Louis Cardinals. That's where the Reds saw him most of all last year. And they didn't like what they saw this year. He went 9 innings of 1 and pitched maybe the best game that we've seen yet pitched against the Reds.
A complete game victory. There's a breaking ball down and away, swing and a miss for a strike, and it's 1-2. 3 years with the Dodgers, 3 years with Tampa Bay, then brief stops with Detroit, Arizona, the White Sox, and of course he made it to the postseason with the Cardinals last year. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Drew's in at 248. And Chris, all winter long, you wondered where some of the names that were free agents would wind up, and this guy was one of the last to sign. Edwin Jackson didn't sign till February with Washington. 1 hopper down to 2nd. Stubbs retired, 1 away. Here's your forward defensive alignment for the Washington Nationals. The Reds come in third in the league defensively. The Nationals are sixth with 20 miscues. Bernardina, Ankiel, and Harper in the outfield. Ankiel and Harper, brilliant arms. Zimmerman, Gold Glove caliber at third. Desmond and Espinosa, very athletic at the double play combo. And good soft hands over at first with Adam LaRoche. Jesus Flores takes over behind the plate in your forward defensive alignment. Wilson Ramos, injured yesterday. If you weren't with us, he twisted his knee, his right knee. It turned out to be an ACL tear. He is gone for the season.
That's too bad.
It sure is. He's a fine young man. He's worked so hard after coming from Minnesota over here, getting a chance to start. And we wish him only the best and a quick recovery. What that means as far as the Reds are concerned is that Jesus Flores probably is a better catch and throw guy. Very solid behind the plate. So the running game can be better controlled with this guy behind the plate. Jesus Flores has thrown out 3 of 5 on the season. Here's Chris. Heisey in at 212, no homers, 5 knocked in. Well, after the Reds won in 2010 and looked at 2011, what they had hoped for was offensive output from left field and third base, and they're still looking for it in 2012. Swing and a miss in the dirt. They'll throw down to first. Heisey retired. So strikeout number 1 on the 2-3 putout. And Chris, I think as we head towards the second third of the season, the Reds are still looking for somebody to step up offensively in left, and they're looking for some offense from third.
Well, you know, and either one of those positions, I think the Reds at the very beginning of the year figured that they had their cleanup hitter there. They thought that maybe Ryan Ludwig or Scott Rowland would be able to grow into it. Maybe Chris Heisey. Dusty Baker's always been a believer trying to break up the left-handers in the lineup. We talked about that the other night, George. And you know, some managers care about that, some don't. And when you only have 2 lefties on your team, like the Reds do, other than Mike Costanzo that they just got up from the minor leagues, that's a factor.
Deep to left, going back, looking up. It's going to be gone. That's the way to get the Reds rolling after the 3.5-hour rain delay. Joey Votto clubs his 3rd home run, 19th run batted in. And in spite of everything that's going on, he's continued to deliver. That gets the soggy crowd on their feet. And the Reds lead at 1-0.
Now that ball was struck very well by Joey Votto. Fastball pretty much right down the can. And he just takes it the other way, keeps his hands inside. That's one thing about this ballpark. It gives a lot of hitters power, home run power to every field out there. And of course, Votto very strong anyway, but makes it a dangerous place to get a pitch up like that by Edwin Jackson. And the Reds now have already gotten as many runs as they got off Jackson in 9 innings last time he faced him.
And Chris, we talked a little the last couple of days about the use of video, how the best hitters are using it and people use it for defense. I mean, Joey Votto went back to school. He was 0 for 8 against Jackson prior to today's ball game. And after being whitewashed by him last time, he looked at video, looked at his approach. In fact, he and Scott Rowland, you know, Rowland's not in the lineup anymore. It's like he's an assistant hitting coach, the way they talk baseball together. He went to school and he delivered with that swing. His first hit ever against Jackson, and it's a big one. Reds lead 1-0. Here's Brandon in at 253. Votto's homer, number 3 on the season. And that'll get his average right about to the 300 mark. He came in at 296. Brandon at 253, a couple of homers and 11 knocked in. If you're just flipping around the dial and have come on line to see Reds baseball, wondering why we're in the first inning, we had a 3.5-hour rain delay. And the rain was not delayed for very long because it started again after the game started about 10 minutes ago. And the chances are there will be continuing showers and some drizzle for the remainder of the day. So this umpiring crew doing its best to try to get the game in. These two teams, Chris, we sat and looked at the schedule during the rain delay. There aren't many opportunities to get this game in for the Reds this season. So they're hopeful of getting this date in. Swing and a miss, but the Reds put something on the board. Thanks to the first baseman, Joey Votto. He delivers. Bam. 1-0 Reds. Time for our Elk and Elk storylines, brought to you by Elk and Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Some surprises, you bet. Orioles in the American League East, Nationals in the National League. And how about Don Mattingly, Kemp and the Dodgers in the National League West, 22-11. Our storylines brought to you by Elk and Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Bronson back to the mound. We go to the second. Here's Bryce Harper in at 213. No homers, 3 knocked in. The 19-year-old slapped this one foul, and he's in a hole. That's the way it's been most of this series. The Reds pitchers have gotten ahead of him, mostly with breaking balls and pitches out of the zone, and have gotten them out with fastballs up and in.
Well, the National guys think that he's just over swinging a little bit. Really, first time in his young major league career he's done that.
He'll have his ups and his downs, but this young man has outstanding talent, a great drive internally, and he's going to be around for a long time and be an outstanding baseball player. He's gained the respect of teammates through the minor leagues and at this major league level. Davey Johnson, and Davey's a good guy to talk to, Chris, because I was with Davey in '83 when he had Doc Gooden pitching at Tidewater when we were at the AAA World Series in Louisville, and he said, if I go to New York, Doc's coming with me. I don't care what age he is.
He was the guy that made that call.
Slap foul, and he said, I see a lot in Bryce Harper that tells me he's a major leaguer. Not in ability, but the way he conducts himself, the way he handles himself, the way he approaches at bats. Davey's an offensive manager. He was an offensive player, and he looks for things that tip him that this kid can do it, and he believes in him. And of course, Bryce believes in himself too. Here's the 2-2. Line drive. There's his first base hit of the series. You can't go to sleep on him because he'll try to stretch it for 2.
Pretty good swing right there. You see why he's late, or not late, but waiting and waiting and waiting, keeping his hands inside, trying to make that ball go the other way. He knows that Arroyo's going to give him a lot of off-speed stuff there. Arroyo wanted that ball inside, and Harper just takes care of a mistake that he throws on the outer part of the plate, mid-high in the strike zone.
So Harper's on. Good speed. He's stolen 1 base. That was a steal of home, and most of you know about that. That came after Cole Hamels plunked him, and he wound up at third and eventually stole home to kind of even the score against Cole. Espinosa sends this down the left field line and out of play. Danny's finally gotten his average back over 200 thanks to a couple of pretty good ball games here. He's homered twice. Homers number 2 and 3 on the season in this series. Now with 5 runs batted in.
Well, both the balls that he hit for home runs are fastballs pretty much right down the middle. And Davey Johnson put him right in front of Rick Ankiel, hoping that he would get some fastballs to hit.
Setting up away is Hannigan. And you know, you categorize hitters and teams, and this team is a first ball fastball hitting team. If you beat them in the way people have pitched them consistently this year is with breaking balls and off speed. One ball, 1 strike. That's a breaking ball in there. The last 2 series, Espinosa figured he had seen maybe 3 fastballs in the zone. Most of the strikes he saw were breaking balls, and that equated to his average dipping down to 150. He's made good on the fastballs he's seen in this series. Nobody out. Reds double play, depth middle of the infield. Harper short lead, not going. Swing and a miss from his heels. Tantalizingly at 72 miles an hour. Strikeout for Bronson, 1 away.
A pretty good breaking ball. He gave him a steady diet of those, and he missed that one by a mile. He threw a sidearm breaking ball to get ahead of him. He threw the overhand breaking ball right there. That's the thing about Bronson Arroyo. He'll give you different arm angles and different pitches from each angle.
Here's Ankiel in at 260, couple of homers, 7 knocked in. Rick 5 for 22, 227 in his career against Bronson. Seen him a lot over the years. Steps out, takes a look at Bo Porter down in the third base coach's box, and then steps back in. Trent Jewett, longtime minor league manager, won over 1,100 games as a minor league operative. Outstanding baseball man. He's the coach down at first for Washington. Just gets the hand in, does Harper.
Well, the same thing we saw the other day when Johnny Cueto pitched against the Milwaukee Brewers. He gave him a B move on his first move over to first base, and then quickened it up with the A move and nearly got the runner picked. That shortened up Harper's lead a little bit there.
Runner not going, pop back and out of play.
And it's important for Arroyo to throw over a fair amount of time. I mean, if you saw our pregame show way back at 12:30 this afternoon.
Was that yesterday?
Yeah, it seems like it was, but we had a little ditty with Bronson Arroyo and how he holds runners on. And one of the main things he does, other than throw over, is he holds the ball varying amounts of time, trying to get the timing of the runner off.
0-2.
And it's probably more important for Bronson Arroyo to concentrate on that than a lot of other pitchers, because he throws so many slow breaking balls up there. And by the time that ball, that slow 74-mile-an-hour curveball gets to the plate, sometimes it doesn't give your catcher much of a chance to throw a runner out. That's why he has to really concentrate on shortening up the leads.
One ball, 2 strikes. Harper off first, and Keel digs in. Phillips can't get it under his glove. Rounding second, going to third will be Harper. It'll be first and third.
Boy, a game of inches, and it was just inches by Brandon Phillips as he dove to make that stop right here. You almost get used to seeing Phillips make so many plays that anything on the ground to the right side you figure he's going to get to. And that ball hit very sharply. Brandon just barely misses that ball, and Harper goes to third base.
We've seen the last 2 days, Chris, where the Reds bullpen especially, and Matt Latos yesterday was able to get Ankiel out with fastballs, but up and in. That fastball out a little bit over the plate gives Ankiel a chance to get the bat on. Here's Flores. One at bat for Jesus. It came yesterday after he took over for Ramos. Infield double play depth with the runners at first and third. Slice to the right side, curving, and it'll be out of play. Here's the walking wounded report for Davey Johnson. You know all these guys. Michael Moore's who hit over 300 last year. When he comes back, he was the first baseman. When he comes back, he'll probably be in left. Jason Worth out for 12 weeks with the broken wrist. And Wilson Ramos torn ACL last night. Those are 3 of the major guys. But Brad Lidge is out. The closer Drew Storen is out. Mark DeRosa is out. And Chris, we talked to the national Chin-Ming Wan, who's down in the minor leagues, could come back and help in the second half of the season, but he's out as well. So Davies had to dance around his lineup in a similar fashion, the way Dusty's had to do with his bullpen, losing 3 major competitors out of the Reds bullpen.
Well, right now it's the starting pitching that is keeping these Washington Nationals in first place. I mean, they're a ball club that just pitches and pitches and pitches, especially from the starting spot. 21 wins. They've won 3 in a row. Of course, 2 right here in Cincinnati after taking the last game against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
0-2 to Flores. Breaking ball just misses. When you say quality pitching, you hit the nail on the head, because they have had 26 quality starts in the 33 games they've had. 17 of the last 19. I mean, that's amazing. And the Reds all told about 18 quality starts and 26 out of 33. And dominant quality starts at times too. Here's the 1-2. In the air, left center field. That's going to stay in the park, but tagging and scoring easily will be Harper. And the throw will come into second. So a sacrifice fly from Flores. He'll pick up his 5th run batted in. Bronson trying to coax a ground ball. Couldn't get it. And the fly ball produces a run. And got a brand new ball game, tied at 1. Here's Edwin Jackson. And we told you he signed as a position player. He can swing the bat a little bit. In fact, he comes in over 300 this year at 308.
Might be the best batting average of anybody in that starting lineup.
Tracks a little bit at 74 miles an hour, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Correct myself at second best, only behind Adam LaRoche. A little different though when you start dropping that old Uncle Charlie on him.
The old equalizer. Short lead for Ankiel down at first. He went around, strikeout for Bronson. That's third strikeout in 2 innings of work. Sacrifice fly knots this one up. Jay Bruce to the plate when we return. Heating, cooling, and drain cleaning. Our Channel 12 weather report for today. You know about what happened so far today. Some showers and heavy rain at times. Right now it's 61 degrees. Light rain falling, and we expect more of the same for the remaining hours of this ball game and the remaining hours of this Mother's Day. Be sure to tune in later today for all the latest in news with the folks at Channel 12, and they'll keep you up to date on what's happening for the rest of the week. Although it's supposed to warm up, should be a pretty nice week. The Reds won't get a taste of that. They'll be on the road. Brief 3-game homestand. Then they head to Atlanta for a couple of games. The Mets for a couple of games. In fact, they'll be in New York for 5 days. Wednesday, Thursday against the Mets, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday against the New York Yankees. Many of the Reds have never seen the new Yankee Stadium, so it'll be pretty neat, Chris. We'll have some fun in the Big Apple next week.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about your ATM card, George.
Here's Jay Bruce. Bruce leads it off in the second. 294, 10 homers, 24 knocked in. You been to the new stadium yet?
Have not.
Pretty impressive.
Looks like it on TV.
It's not a ballpark. It is a stadium.
I understand.
It's big. And it appears, Chris, Andy Pettit's pitching today, and it appears if the rotation goes the way you would expect, you don't know what's going to happen with weather, that the Reds may see him this coming weekend. Center field. Back at the edge of the warning track is Ankiel, and there's one away.
A little on the end of the bat that time.
Hey, cheer on your Cincinnati Reds when they take on the Colorado Rockies Friday, May the 25th at Great American Ballpark. Make sure you take advantage of the Reds. 4 for $48 ticket deal. It includes 4 view-level tickets, 4 Reds hats for only $48. Plus, stick around after the game for a post-game fireworks show presented by Orville Redenbacher. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or reds.com. That's Friday, May the 25th. Good to see Jim Tracy back in town. Trace, the manager of the Colorado Rockies. Here's Todd Frazier, and it figures he'll get most of the starts at third with Scott Rowland on the disabled list. Fastball in on the hands, 1-1. Todd in at 346. A homer and 3 knocked in. Yesterday, Frazier was 1 for 4 with a base hit.
Well, they got him out on strikeouts the first couple of times up. Jordan Zimmerman did really on all sliders. And that obviously is the report on Todd Frazier. Good fastball hitter, still trying to adjust to the breaking ball. And there you see back-to-back breaking balls there, a slow curve, and then he puts him away with a check swing or no check swing slider. It's kind of the same thing that the opposition has done with Chris Heisey. They know that both these young players good on the fastball. They turn on the heater. He gets his hands all ready to let it rip, but he just can't hold that bat back. And Heisey a victim of the breaking ball in the first inning, and Frazier a victim of the breaking ball here in the second.
3 strikeouts for Jackson. The Reds have been victimized twice, and in fact the Nationals have 3 straight games with over 10 strikeouts in a game. And it's been that way for the last week for the Reds. They've been taking a steady dose of punch-outs.
In fact, with Jordan Zimmerman's 9 strikeouts in 7 innings last night, that is 18 times in 33 games that the Nationals have averaged 1 strikeout per inning. And that's, of course, the first that leads all of Major League Baseball.
The Nationals starting pitching is #1 in the league with an ERA of 2.24. The Reds are 10th. And flip that, the Reds are the #1 bullpen in the National League with an ERA of 2.41, and the Nationals are 12th. So their strengths, the Reds bullpen, the National starters. Handing into center field, up into the mist. Ankiel Piers, and he'll haul it in. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds in the second. To the third, top of the order, in Desmond Duop.
Telecast is presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Hey, right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, Sam Amico says the Cavs will stay the course as they continue to rebuild their team. Plus, you can chat with Hall of Famer, the real McCoy, Hal McCoy, during tonight's game in our Game Connect feature. It's all on FoxSportsOhio.com. There's a rocket into the left field corner, 2 hops to the wall. Ian Desmond rounds first. He'll cruise into second with a 2-base hit. The Desmond, who lined to right first time up, hits a bullet against the wall in left. And the leadoff hitter's in scoring position here in the third.
Well, he gets a first pitch breaking ball that really doesn't do a whole lot right there. Just kind of spins up there. And, you know, it doesn't really look like Arroyo today has a real sharp break on that curveball. That may have been a slider, actually, at around 77 miles an hour. His curveball is in the lower 70s, high 60s to 70s. So he just kind of spun that baby up there, kind of like a cement mixer.
Second double of the series, 10th of the season. Here's Bernardino showing bunt. He bunted his way on for a base hit first time up. Pops it up, but out of play behind home plate. No balls, 2 strikes. Funny, Chris, you talked about it, you know, relative to pitchers. Sometimes bunting looks tougher than it is, and there are some players who look much more comfortable trying to bunt for a base hit than trying to bunt for a sacrifice. Bernardino is one of those.
Well, for the first thing you have to do to be a good bunter is not be afraid of the baseball. You've got to get your head right down there near the bat, the point of contact. It makes it a lot easier to put the bat on the ball when your eyes are close to it.
Broken bat, right field corner. That's going to drop, and that'll get the run in. Bruce tracks it down, but it's going to be back-to-back 2-base hits. So Bronson again gets ahead of the count, but can't put a batter away, and Bernardino makes him pay. Roger Bernardino's had
Bernardino's been one guy that has been like a sand spur in the boot of Bronson Arroyo ever since he pitched against him for the first time. He is now career, including that double, 7 for 9 against Arroyo. Had a bunt in the first, a double there that drives a run in. Puts the Nationals up by 1. Well, you make a good pitch like that, you're 0-2. Arroyo makes a good pitch. It got it right in on the thumbs, but Bernardino just strong enough to get it down and into the outfield.
Here's Zimmerman, fly ball to center first time up. Still no one out in the third. That breaking ball at 68 miles an hour drops in for strike 1. Fastball misses outside. 1-1 to another multi-year contracted player. The Reds, of course, signing Brandon Phillips to a 6-year deal, Joey Votto to a 10-year deal. Zimmerman signed a 6-year deal extension earlier this year. And the Nationals, as we all remember this winter, Chris, they were one of the teams that was very much in the hunt for Prince Fielder. One ball, 1 strike. Waves at it way out in front.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that particular interest in Fielder was odd because they already had Adam LaRoche under contract. I think he might be under contract for next year too, maybe it's just an option. But they had him under contract, and they were still yet very interested in Prince Fielder. I think part of that to help their ball club, part of that to generate some fan interest.
Hannigan rolls through the signs twice. Here's the 1-2. Bronson wanted that call, doesn't get it. We're even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Down to second, picked up off the wet dirt by Phillips. That'll get the runner over to third. So good job with no one out by Zimmerman to move the runner in up a base to third, and there's one away with a runner at third.
Yeah, that's smart hitting by Zimmerman, but he also knows that Bronson Arroyo's best weapon against him is that breaking ball that's going to break away from him. So that's an easier pitch to go the other way. All you got to do is stay back and do it. So he gets the runner to third base. If Dusty Baker wants to hold the runner at third, he's going to bring the infield in now, even with the bag, and make the play at the plate.
Edge of the grass, all four infielders for Cincinnati. Here's LaRoche, who struck out first time up. The reality of today is the rain's not going to stop. I mean, there is a possibility, not necessarily a probability, that some heavier rain will move in again later on. So you want to get a lead when you get to the fifth inning. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Took a big cut at a breaking ball that just kind of disappeared on him. It was LaRoche that got ahead in his last count, 3-0, and Arroyo came back to strike him out to end the first inning.
Missing wide, 2-1. That's looped into the seats down the left field line. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, this is where you'd love to get another strikeout of Adam LaRoche. Man on third, 1 out. Fly ball brings him in. Anything through the infield brings him in. They say if you have a 300 hitter up there and you bring the infield in, you effectively make him a 500 hitter. But Arroyo kind of pulled the string on him with a sidearm curveball the first time up to strike him out. See what trick Arroyo has in this at bat. A lot of breaking balls in this game for Bronson. I mean, he's already one of those pitchers in this league that throws among the fewest number of true fastballs of anybody. I mean, he throws less than 29% fastballs. I mean, most major league pitchers average somewhere between 59 and 65%.
2-2. Way out in front, and he gets LaRoche for the second time. Second out in the inning, the infield can drop back.
It's like dropping the old moon ball on you in softball right here. How about a pitch sequence right here? First pitch, a changeup. Our Mazda look at that pitch by pitch. He misses with that breaking ball. He chases one downstairs. He got another changeup away that just barely misses. Then he fouls off a curveball, and then how about Bronson comes inside with a slider. Now the big old dewdrop in on the outside corner. You get him with spin, you get him with break, and you also get him with the change of speed.
Here's Harper swinging at the first pitch into center field. This should end it. Stubbs has it. Damage done. Back-to-back doubles. Nationals take the lead. Bronson due up second when we return. enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller time. Here's the sound. Something to enjoy. That's later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Hey, Reds fans, if a Reds home run hits the Toyota sign during today's game, Justin Neely from Lebanon, Ohio, proud owner of a brand new Sienna, will win this beautiful new Tundra on display at Great American Ballpark. Register for your chance to win at an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. Back-to-back doubles played a run. The Nationals have taken a 2-1 lead over the Reds. We head to the bottom of the third. Wilson Valdez, the pitcher Arroyo, then the top of the order, Drew Stubbs. Here's the 33-year-old Wilson Valdez. He'll turn 34 in another week. Getting a chance to start at short today as Kozart gets the day off. See those eyes peeking around to see where the third baseman and first baseman are. He'll swing away and not drop a bunt down. He's retired for the first out. That'll bring up Bronson as Danny Espinosa disposes of the number 8 hitter. Great to have you with us, George Grant, Chris Welch. Don't forget, roving around the ballpark right now, JD, Jim Day, Jeff Pecora will be by to wrap this one up for us with Reds Live postgame. Down in the truck, our producer Josh Hall, our director Roy Alfers. Kent Dream Weaver back with us for pregame activity today. There's the 1-0 to Bronson. Matt Sigafus dialing up some highlights for you, and Lauren White and Alan Layton graphically keeping you up to date on Reds baseball. John Browdy still in mourning after his Syracuse Orange lost in the NCAA lacrosse playoffs yesterday. Still came to work today. And Jesse Jackson, Chris, is dressed up about as nice as we'll ever see him from Mother's Day.
Well, you're not kidding.
Sky to the right side. Harper there. He's got it. 2 away as Arroyo flies out. Jesse, you look clean today, man. Ann dressed you up real nice. What'd you give Ann for Mother's Day? Nothing yet? Later. You were hoping for a long rain delay. What was the giveaway this weekend? A Joey Votto bobblehead? Was she like that? Joel Lucka back with us after his festive party for the kids yesterday. It's a Star Wars party, huh? A success? The house wasn't destroyed. 50-50.
Well, some pitchers get worse as the game goes on. For Edwin Jackson, the batting average against really plummets the more times he sees a batter in a ball game. As you saw by that graphic right there, the third time a hitter comes around, he's there batting only 105 against Jackson. Coming off a pretty good outing. Jackson, 7 innings of 3-hit 2-run baseball against the Pirates his last time out. Only 28 years old. You'd think with all the major league stops that he has had since breaking in back in the early 2000s that he'd be more like 33, 34 years old. Still throws very hard, averages close to 94 miles an hour on a fastball.
Zimmerman disposes of Stubbs, and the Reds, after the home run by Votto, Jackson is retired 7 straight. Reds trail at 2-1. through the 27th for the next Reds 4 for $48 ticket deal of the season. For only $48, you get 4 view-level tickets and 4 Reds hats. Plus, don't miss Fireworks Friday, May 25th, or Scott Rowland Rawlings Gold Glove Award replica trophy giveaway on Saturday, May 26th. Don't miss this great weekend of baseball, giveaways and fun. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Good to have you with us on a day where we were delayed 3.5 hours by the inclement weather and finally underway. And here we go to the 4th. Danny Espinosa with some waterlogged fans. You got to come to the ballpark prepared. Either bring your glove or bring your raincoat, your umbrella, or anything you got. Espinosa, Ankiel, and Jesus Flores due up. Bounce foul to the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Espinosa, who struck out back in the second. Chris, the only thing you're guaranteed with long rain delays is you eat a lot, huh?
Whether you're a player or broadcaster, right? Or whether you're a fan waiting in the stands for 3 hours and 36 minutes. Get a chance to taste everything on the concession rack.
You cleaned out the lunchroom.
Well, Jesse helped.
Yeah. And Jeff Picoro's bailing us out. He's bringing pizza.
Yeah. New York Pizza Factory over there in Newport coming through for us.
Good job,
the Newport Pizza Factory. Tastes like New York, though.
Mm-hmm. Authentic. Authentic.
Well, 21 home runs for Espinosa last year. Got off to a slower start this year. Hit 2 in this series, though, and that's what they'd like to see him do a little more of, I'm sure, because even with 21 home runs last year, he hit only 236. Now, I think maybe that 21 home runs is probably his top end, so why swing harder rather than smarter? And he looked like he did right there, learned something from striking out the first time off of Arroyo.
And sometimes being a good manager is about intelligence and about ability, but sometimes it's patience. I mean, Dusty Baker talks very often about being patient, getting players, whether they be pitchers or position players, through difficult times. And that's what Davey Johnson's just gone through with Espinosa, who struggled, got his average down under 200, and there's a bullet back through the middle, a base hit, and Ankiel has hit 2 balls right on the butt. He's 2 for 2, and there's runners at first and second, nobody out.
Well, he got a ball up last time against Ankiel. That time that pitch looked like it was down but out over the plate. 86-mile-an-hour fastball, and it had pretty good sink on it, but it caught a lot of the plate, and Ankiel's a good low ball hitter anyway. Tonight you don't figure that Flores would be up there bunting, even though he's the number 8 hitter. He drove in a run last inning with a sacrifice fly, so I still would imagine that Davey Johnson will cut him loose with the pitcher on deck.
A 2 on, nobody out. Flores slaps this one foul into the seats down the right field line. In the second, Harper led off with a base hit, went to third on a base hit by Ankiel, and scored the tying run on Jesus Flores' sacrifice fly for Flores, his 5th run batted in of the season. Strike 1 delivery. Waves at it 0-2. Hey, come for the Reds, stay for more fun. Take a walk on the wild side and visit the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden. Make it a weekend getaway and book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com. Honor of Mother's Day at the Botanical Garden. A swing and a miss. And Flores is disposed of. For Bronson Arroyo, that is strikeout number 5.
Now, that was a key strikeout right there. You got first and second, nobody out. Flores just trying to get a base hit, maybe advance the runners one way or another. Now you got the pitcher spot up, so a good opportunity right here for Bronson Arroyo to pitch his way out of this jam. Infield looking for a bunt. Frazier in, Votto in. Arroyo will be coming right up the middle.
Jackson struck out first time up. Fouls it off, strike one.
You know, I know a lot of people have said that high, hard fastball is the hardest one to try to lay down for a bunt. But I have always thought that another pitch that's difficult to lay down is a real slow curveball. Because not only is it hard to bunt, sometimes a guy will get anxious, he'll jab at it and pop it up, and it also gives your infielders a chance to charge hard on it.
I think for good bunters, a breaking ball is an easy pitch to bunt. For bad bunters, it's probably a more difficult pitch to bunt.
Maybe one way you find out whether it's a good bunter or a bad bunter, you throw him a curveball. Oh, 2 right here. You know what might happen, and I've always thought that there's no downside to it, is that you turn around to fake bunt, you pull it back, you do a little butcher boy deal. So if you foul it off, it's a full swing strike. You don't strike out trying to bunt with a 2-strike count, but he'll do it anyway.
0-2, that's strike 3.
So that's a gimme. I'm not really. That's a philosophy that I think is a flawed philosophy, to try to keep that bunt on. But I guess the downside of the butcher boy is that if you do pull it back and you hit a ground ball at somebody, you've got a double play. So at the very least, you have a strikeout and still have a life left in the inning if you're Davey Johnson.
It's knowing your players, too. I think every place Bronson Arroyo has been, managers have been comfortable letting him do it because he's been able to execute with 2 strikes. Someone else, maybe no. Well, there's Desmond, line to right, double to left. The double to left in the 3rd was a leadoff hit, and he scored on a double by Bernardino. Popped up foul territory. Nice battle back. Back-to-back base hits by Espinosa and Anquillo, but Bronson gets out of trouble. Reds need some runs. Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, being brought to you by JTM Food Group, creating great dishes together with the food service industry for over 30 years. Buy your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For over 30 Toyota offers available now, visit buyatoyota.com, including mobile. And by AT CIN, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Great to have you with us, and a happy Mother's Day to everyone joining us. Nationals 2 runs, 7 hits off Bronson Arroyo, but Bronson's danced the tightrope to stay out of further trouble. The Reds a home run on 1 hit. That 1 hit, a big swing by Joey Votto. Votto's 3rd home run of the year, and he'll be up 2nd in this inning. Heisey Votto and Brandon Phillips due up. Chris struck out in the 1st inning. After today's game, Reds hit the road, go to Atlanta. Homer Bailey against Randall Delgado tomorrow.
Well, you may have seen Chris Heise as he stepped in the batter's box right there. A couple of glances out the corner of his eye down to Ryan Zimmerman. He checked out where Zimmerman was playing. Zimmerman wasn't looking at him at the time, so he got away with the glance. And I had a sneaking suspicion that he may drop one down. Gets the first pitch breaking ball, and probably Jackson's going to keep that breaking ball on him for the most of this at bat. Watch his eyeballs just kind of give him away. There it is right there. Just another one real quick, just trying to look out of the periphery. Now, not always does the hitter have to do that. Sometimes he'll work out a signal with the third base coach, where if he hears the third base coach, for instance, clap his hands twice or have some kind of prearranged signal, and that third base coach will indicate to the hitter where the third baseman is playing, whether it's safe or not to drop a bunt down, so that the hitter doesn't give himself away with a little quick glance. Kind of a game within the game.
I know where you got that line from.
From you?
Hondo.
Oh, you're right about that.
How many times do we hear him say that? Frank Howard. There's a game within the game.
And a little vinegar.
Yeah.
Wheel that lumber. A whole bunch of them for Hondo. Well, he was the greatest.
And, of course, he's in Washington annals. He was the Capital Punisher. He had nicknames every place he went. The Bengal Bomber.
What a great name, the Capital Punisher.
Big-time home run hitter. And
6'8", about 300 pounds. Boy, he used to lay out some long home runs.
He used to wipe out some post-game spreads, too, didn't he?
Yeah.
I remember Brinkman was his roommate when they first came up together, and they roomed together, and Hondo went up to him and said, what we'll do is we'll split it we'll split the room charges at the end of every road trip. And Brinker says, sure. And after a couple of stops, he realized that Hondo was eating 90% of the food, and he was paying half. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Broken bat to short. Desmond will get him by half a step. As he retired, one away. Here comes Joey Votto. And, you know, Chris, I mean, you had Frank Howard as a manager in San Diego, and maybe he wasn't the best manager, maybe he wasn't the best hitting coach, maybe he wasn't the best first base coach, but wherever he was, he made a team better, he made people better, and he got people to perform at the best of their ability.
There's no doubt, no doubt.
A huge man with a huge heart.
You never really know what kind of manager he could have been, because I think everywhere he managed, George, he never really had a team that was on paper good enough to contend. He was always expected to polish something that really was never meant to shine in the first place.
As they said, polish a turd. That was his word.
I didn't know you were allowed to say that on camera.
Here's Joey Votto. Votto delivered a 379-foot home run. His third of the year. That gave the Reds an early 1-0 lead. They trail now 2-1. You know, another guy, you hit the nail on the head with Hondo. He never was with the right team to manage. And one of the smartest baseball people I've ever been around, here's Jackson delivering to Votto, was Buddy Bell. And Buddy Bell never managed a club that had the makings of being a championship club. And he paid the price by being fired eventually.
Yeah. Well, a lot of guys are in that particular position where they get an opportunity to manage and they don't necessarily have a choice to pick and choose. They don't have 3 opportunities. They have 1 opportunity. You take right now Brad Mills down in Houston. Everybody who follows that ball club knows that they are trying to roll a brick uphill to try to win a division. They don't have the personnel to do it. They've got new ownership down there. But, I mean, when you get offered a managerial job, are you going to turn it down in the big leagues to be a coach instead? No. Or a manager in the minor leagues? You're not going to do that. So not every one is ideal.
3-2 to Votto. Hit to center, pretty good. Back is Ankiel at the wall. Forget it. That's gone. A 2-home-run game for Joey, and the Reds have knotted this one up. Now, when you're struggling for offense, turn it over to number 19.
So some around the Reds ball club are beginning to get a little bit concerned about Joey Votto and a lack of power, but he shows today that he's tired of that stinking 0-8 that he had against Edwin Jackson coming into this ball game. He fixes that pronto with a home run to left, a long home run to center field. That one sounded great.
That's a long distance special Mother's Day gift to his mom. And the Reds have tied it at 2. There's Brandon, looped down the right field line, curving. It'll go foul. Those that succeed usually have a plan, and number 19 has a plan. If he's successful against somebody, he'll look at video to figure out why he was successful. If he struggled, and we talked about 0 for 8 against Jackson, he'll burn the midnight oil to try to find a pattern. Under the glove of Desmond, Brandon is on. He's 1 for 2 after striking out first time up. Reds first base coach Billy Hatcher checks in with Phillips. Down at third, Mark Berry as usual manning the lines in the third base coach's box. There's Jay Bruce, fly to center first time up. Bruce, the Reds leader with 10 home runs on the season. For Votto, he's got 2 today, 4 on the year, and for the 9th time in Joey's career, he's had a 2 home run game. Beats him with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball for strike 1. Jackson peers over at first as Phillips inches off the bag. Running game really has not been part of the Reds' arsenal in this first 2 months of the year. Coming into today, the Reds have 16 stolen bases, the Nationals 15. They are last and next to last in the National League in those categories. Brandon's stolen base capabilities cut short by the pulled hamstring, but he's finally feeling healthy. It's just been the last 5 or 6 days that he's felt strength back in the hamstring pulled leg. He's even got Adam LaRoche smiling. You know he can lock up Hatcher. He's even got LaRoche smiling. One ball, one strike. In the dirt, 2-1. He doesn't have a long lead, but the way he's facing, it's kind of like the old Lance Johnson leadoff first, like he's a sprinter start going to second.
I like the way Brandon goes back heads first, gets his hands full of dirt, and then wipes them off on LaRoche's jersey.
Game's over. He's going to wonder why the spot on the jersey is where it came from. 2-1. Not going. Bounce to the right side. Espinosa will get one, and that's it. Good job by Phillips to low bridge Desmond.
Good clean but hard slide by Brandon Phillips. Make sure that that double play is not going to be in order right there, and it really looks like it's going to be a tailor-made double play. 4-6-3, but you know, when you're a middle infield like Brandon Phillips, You don't want to go in there dirty because guys are going to come back after you. That was just a good, hard slide that wanted to make sure that he wasn't allowed to throw the ball to first base. Desmond, that is.
So the Reds still alive with a base runner with 2 outs, and here's Frazier, struck out first time up. Breaking ball, foul back for strike 1. Miami's defeated the Mets 8-4. Philadelphia over San Diego 3-2. Cubs beat Milwaukee 8-2 in National League activity. Pirates have beaten Houston 3-2. And Atlanta held on to beat the Cardinals 7-4.
Lance Lynn taking his first loss of the year.
In the 7th inning, Giants lead Arizona 6-3. In the 5th, the Dodgers lead Colorado 5-4. Reds, of course, will head to Atlanta. The Braves are in St. Louis. They'll head home tonight, and the Reds will head down to Atlanta for a 2-game series. And 2 games against the Mets and 3 games against the Yankees before they return home. Yankees today losers to Seattle 6-2 the final. Kevin Millwood got the victory. He just keeps going, doesn't he? Kansas City over the White Sox. Nine to 1 the final. Toronto losing to Minnesota 4-3. That's bang foul. And the Red Sox beat the Indians the final 12-1. Still underway. Detroit leads Oakland 2-1. They're in the 6th inning. And tonight, Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim against Texas.
Well, Todd Frazier all of a sudden has become a very important player on this ball club. With Scott Rowland on the disabled list, you're looking for somebody to be a right-handed enforcer on this club. He's been excellent off the bench so far. He has not fared quite as well when he's played, in a full ball game. But, he's a guy that had a great spring training. He started the season in the minor leagues. He's come up, didn't expect to get a whole lot of playing time as long as Rowland stayed healthy. But now that Rowland is on the DL, you're going to be looking at mainly Todd Frazier down there, at least until Frazier proves that he cannot hit up here on a consistent basis.
Here's the 1-2, and they'll toss back to first.
It's a utility player's dream. You don't really want to get the opportunity with an injury, but that's usually the way the door opens. So now you get an opportunity, and a prolonged one if you're Todd Frazier, to settle in, get in a groove, learn pitchers, learn yourself, and see what it's like to hit up here on an everyday basis. And I think the key for Frazier is the key for Chris Heisey, who has really not been looking all that good, and that's staying off, chasing that breaking ball away. Relaxing in the batter's box, trusting your hands, trying to wait as long as you possibly can. Don't cheat too much to catch up with the fastball and thereby getting beat a lot with the off-speed stuff.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Bruce inching off the bag at first. A little bit of a bigger lead. Going. Line towards the alley. But getting there will be Harper. Good first step by Bryce Harper to cut off a potential 2-bagger. But the Reds do some business. Joey Votto, 9th time in his career. First time up, 379 feet worth of homer. Second time up, a big bomb to center field. We're tied at 2.
I just want to say happy Mother's Day to the greatest mother there is on this world, this planet, Mars, Pluto, whatever it is. My mom is the greatest mom in the world. I wouldn't be where I am right now if it was my mom. I wouldn't be the man that I am right now if it was my mom. I wouldn't be the athlete that I am right now if it was my mom. And I would not look as good as I look if it wasn't for my mom. Thank you, Mom. I love you.
Brandon, you got Mom's smile, that's for sure. She's always a joy when she's around the ball club. Brandon's mom and dad always regularly following the Reds. You know they're going to get a chance to see him as they head down to Atlanta. And happy Mom's Day to everyone at home and everyone here at the ballpark. All of us have special moments, special memories. And Chris, you and I were so blessed. My mom, Mary, your mom, Kay. So many days at the ballpark, so many late dinners, so many driving back and forth. Great memories.
You're right about that. Miss them dearly.
Always with us, though. Now that's a way to spend Mother's Day. Two-fisted action, double-barreled. Family enjoying baseball.
Some mothers might disagree.
Hey, that's a real baseball mom to sit through 3.5 hours of rain delay. And they ought to be awarding some Baseball Moms of the Year awards today. Here's Bernardina, reached on a bunt hit and doubled in a run, 2 for 2. Got in on him a little bit. That'll be a pop-up to Joey. Got it, and there's one away. Bernardina retired for the first time today. Join Fox Sports Ohio and outfielder Drew Stubbs, Reds Live co-host JD, Jim Day, and the Fox Sports Ohio girls on June 7th as part of Fox Sports Ohio's Lunch Bunch. You can go to Facebook.com/Fox Sports Ohio girls for your chance to win a seat at the luncheon and a 46-inch HD TV. The Fox Sports Ohio Lunch Bunch presented by Cincinnati Bell. Here's Zimmerman, fly to right and bounced to second. In the third inning, Desmond led off with a double. Bernardina, 2 pitches later, drilled another double, and the Nationals took a 2-1 lead with no one out. Zimmerman then grounded a ball to the right side to move the runner to third, and then Bronson Arroyo avoided the bullet. He struck out LaRoche and got Harper to fly out. And here he gets the first 2 outs of the 5th.
Best fastball tonight or afternoon so far for Bronson Arroyo, at least from the standpoint of velocity right there. You know, last year he was so bent on trying to get the ball up there at 90 miles an hour that he'd throw the ball, look at the radar gun reading on the scoreboard. If it didn't hit 90, he'd rear back and try to throw harder. And in the process, he'd lose location, he'd lose a little bit of movement, and he started getting whacked all over the ballpark to the tune of 46 bombs hit against him. This year, I think that what he's done is realized he doesn't have to throw 90 miles an hour. He just has to get hitters out. So he's throwing a lot more cutters than he ever has. Those cutters come in at 83, 84 miles an hour. His fastball usually 86 to 88 max this year. But he still has that arsenal of all sorts of different curveballs that he'll drop on you. And he's off to a tremendous year. The biggest thing for Arroyo between last year and this year is the ratio of strikeouts to bases on balls. Last year he only had about 2 strikeouts for every base on ball. This year he almost had 7 strikeouts per bases on balls.
Ahead of LaRoche again, 0-2. He has struck him out twice.
And that ratio of almost 7-1 is number 1 in baseball. So you wouldn't think that out of Bronson Arroyo, but that just goes to show you what throwing strikes will do. And mixing speeds.
You know, and for Bronson, it's so critical because, I mean, 46 home runs, the most he's ever given up in a season, but usually he's over 20 into the 30s, but he does not walk a lot of people, so you're minimizing your damage.
But in this ballpark, you're going to give up home runs, especially when it heats up, and you're a contact pitcher. But you're right about that. Do not walk anybody ahead of time.
Loop down the left field line, curving. It will be a fair ball into the corner. LaRoche will round first, go to second. He'll pick up his 9th 2-base hit of the season. He finally solves Bronson.
Well, the second bloop double that Arroyo's given up today. Fortunately, it's with 2 outs. He gave one up to Bernardina, sawed him off, and this time he gets it right out on the end of the bat. And if you're going good like Adam LaRoche is, that ball's going to stay fair. If you're going bad, it is fouled by 4 inches, and you come back and swing it again.
Here's Bryce Harper, first hit of the series, a single to left in the second. And he later scored on a sacrifice fly by catcher Jesus Flores. He flied to center next time up. And after watching Bryce Harper as a member of our USA Baseball, our national team, and watching him here, Chris, you can see the energy, the excitement that he can bring to a ball club. And you and I both talked to him. I mean, he never really had a chance to watch Pete Rose play, but he understands the way Pete Rose played the game for the Reds. He's one of those players like Pete that if he's on your team, you love him. Mm-hmm. He's on the other team, you find a way to dislike him.
Well, sometimes you automatically dislike a guy that gets too much hype before he earned it. Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody on each of these ball clubs, in fact, everybody on the field, with the exception of the umpires, have been sent down at one time or another, have been called in by the manager and said, you're going down the minor leagues, and you eat a little crow in the process. And it's nothing but hype for Bryce Harper so far. And sometimes that's hard for other guys to stomach. You know, they want to see him get his comeuppance a little bit. And he may, before it's all said and done. But I'll tell you, I mean, in a couple of brief conversations I've had with him, I can tell you he's a nice guy. He seems like he's a good teammate. He cares about his team, number one.
And he respects the game.
And yes, he does.
Yep. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wide of third, backhanded. There'll be no throw as Harper will beat the throw to first, so an infield hit for Bryce Harper.
Well, that's the other thing about Harper's game that people don't really know about. He's got a great arm from right field. He's got tremendous power if you ever watched him in batting practice. But he also has good speed. So a slower runner may be a possible out. Cozart might have thrown that ball. Wilson Valdez decided against it.
So first and third with 2 outs now after 2 quick outs. Nationals have a threat looming, and here's Danny Espinosa. Espinosa struck out first time up, led off the 4th with a base hit. Four of the 5 innings, the leadoff hitter's been on for Bronson, so he's worked a lot out of the stretch in this ball game. There's the 1-0.
Well, last year, everybody knows that Drew Stubbs led the National League in strikeouts at 205. Ryan Howard of the Phillies second with 172. But the guy in the batter's box right now was number 3. Danny Espinosa had 166 of them. And he's not striking out in this series.
He'll deliver again. They'll send this into the corner. Harper's going to be sent from third, and he will score easily. Bryce Harper scores all the way from first on another run scoring hit from Danny Espinosa. Espinosa 2 for 3 today. Home runs on each of the last 2 ball games against the Reds.
Well, sometimes you get a guy who is cold as ice coming into a series, and then you get him and you warm him up. And that's really what the Reds have done with Danny Espinosa. That's a changeup on a 2-0 count, but he elevates it about thigh high, and Espinosa's got plenty of reach to get out there, get it, hook it into the corner. That one hurts.
So for Espinosa, his 6th and 7th runs batted in of the season, and of those 7, 4 of them have come against the Reds.
Boy, he had 2 quick outs, and then that little bloop double by LaRoche, and Harper gets an infield hit, so neither of those balls are hit very well. All of a sudden you get up there and give up a double. A couple of runs have come in, and now your inning is all spoiled.
4 runs, 10 hits for the Nationals. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Reds.
Joey Votto's going to have to go to work again.
Intentional walk to Ankiel. That'll put runners at first and second and bring up Flores again. Dusty knows the pitching staff that he's facing. I mean, coming into this series, he had a full dose of the Nationals when Washington took 3 of 4 against the Reds in Washington.
Well, he knows the pitching staff he's facing, but he also knows the reality that the Reds aren't exactly swinging the bats all that hot right now. And you can't allow too many more runs in this ball game and expect to come back on Edwin Jackson. Nationals have 10 hits right now. The Reds have 3.
Ball 1 to Flores, whose sacrifice fly tied the game in the second. Then he struck out in the 4th.
It was a bullpen game last night with Latos going only 5. So, you know, Dusty wants Arroyo to go at least to 7 right here. The phone is ringing in the bullpen and somebody's getting up.
Ball and a strike to the Nationals catcher. That's a looper in to left, a base hit. Charging is Heisey. They're going to send the runner. They got a shot at him. Here's the throw. It's perfect, and they got him. Heisey throws him out, and Hannigan holds on. Perfect throw by Heisey ends the threat. Nationals score a pair lead at 4-2. Heisey bails out Bronson with this. Hey, by the way, don't forget, every day, not just on this Mother's Day, you can get all the information you need to keep up to date on Cincinnati Reds baseball 30 minutes before the game with Jeff Picoro, JD Jim Day, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live, everything you need to know is right here. And don't forget, after the game, too, JD and Pick will be standing by to keep you up to date on the post-game activity, too. Hopefully a smiling side of the scoreboard. And that's sponsored by King's Honda and the King's Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Nice throw, Chris.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. I mean, he leaves it perfectly on one hop for Ryan Hannigan. The sweep tag is able to get Espinosa ahead of the slide that the National second baseman tries to get in there underneath the tag. Our Performance Honda. Look at that slow-mo play. Great defense by the Reds right there. Saves a run and continues to be one of the highest points of this ball club right now. Now they need to get their hitting shoes on.
Well, the defense hasn't let them down. They've had brilliant defense in this series. In fact, both teams have. The Reds struggling to produce any offense against the #1 rated starting pitching staff in the National League. Here's Hannigan. Ryan's fly to center first time up. The Reds hits today, they have only 3 of them. Joey Votto, a 2-out home run in the first, gave the Reds a 1-0 lead. Then in the fourth, Votto's home run tied it at 2. Ninth time in his career he's had a 2-home run game. Votto's homer was followed by a single by Brandon Phillips. That's all the Reds have in terms of base hits so far on this day. Strike one to Ryan. Floor is set up inside and they just do miss it. 1-1. Ripped towards the alley. They're shading him that way, but Ankiel won't get there, and it's a base hit for Hannigan. Hit it right on the button. The Reds have the leadoff hitter on in the fifth. First time they've had the leadoff hitter on today.
Well, a good, calm approach always by Ryan Hannigan. Doesn't always drive the ball out of the ballpark, but most oftentimes makes contact and gets a ball that he can handle and does exactly what he normally does with it. I mean, you watch him take batting practice, that's where he hits the ball. From that gap to the left center field gap, and really not a whole lot else.
Here's Wilson Valdez, bounced out to second first time up, with the pitcher Arroyo due to follow. He'll step out, take a look at Mark Berry, who rolls through some signs for him. Wilson, 33 years old. He'll turn 34 later this month. 5 different major league teams. Last couple of years he's been with the Phillies. Originally made it to the major leagues with the White Sox back in 2004 after signing 15 years ago, 1997, out of the Dominican. Then with Seattle, San Diego, the Dodgers, the Mets, and the last 2 years with the Phillies. Hit towards the alley. They're shading him to right, so this one's going to go all the way to the wall. Rounding second, going to third is Hannigan. They're going to have to hold him, and it'll be second and third. That's about as far as Wilson can hit it, Chris. He went running.
Well, he hit a perfect spot, too. He got an 0-2 slider, I mean, hanging right down Broadway. And Wilson puts a sweet part of the bat on it and finds a gap between Ankiel and Bernardina and left.
New York Life, safe at second. Safe and secure.
New York Life.
Amen.
All right, so now the Reds have something going here. Number 7 and 8 get on base with a base hit. And we're going to get a look for our first look at the newest Red.
Dusty Baker will go to the bench and send up Mike Costanzo to pinch hit. Costanzo joined the Reds yesterday. Up from Louisville, he started the year at AA, moved to AAA to give the Reds a little left-handed hitting off the bench.
Well, he was a big-time prospect when he was drafted years ago by the Philadelphia Phillies. Eventually released by them, and the Reds picked him up in the Independent League, in the Atlantic Independent League, as kind of a fill-in player for AA. Well, he tore it up in AA a couple of years ago, tore it up there again this year, and went to AAA, hit very well. So here he is. Scout report on him is that he's got good power, can turn on a fastball, 28 years old, and he's coming up with a chance to do some damage.
Give you a good solid at bat, and here he is trying to get 1 or 2 runs home for the Reds.
Here's a great chance for Costanzo to get his major league career off on the right step. But the key, of course, like any key, is to think about what you're doing and not what will happen if you do or don't do it. I'm not sure if they even know a scout report on Costanzo.
Mike played for David Bell at AA last year and then at AAA this year, and he also, of course, played for Jim Riggleman at AA.
You know, there aren't all that many players that get picked up out of an independent league and into organized baseball. Usually about 1 per player per team is the way it averages out.
Costanzo digs in his first major league at bat, trying to deliver high in the air, left center field. This will be caught, but it'll get a run in. Tagging at third. The throw will go to third. Here comes Hannigan to the plate, a sacrifice fly for Mike. And his first at bat is a productive one. He'll get a good high five line when he gets to the dugout as he gets a run home for the Reds. That's the way to do it early in the count.
Well, he makes it a one-run ball game right there. He knows he's probably going to get a first pitch fastball. They're going to test him a little bit. He just has to go ahead and swing the bat and put the ball in play. Get into the outfield. Perfect situation to put Costanzo in.
Big deep breath. Good job, Mikey. Costanzo delivers with a sacrifice fly, and the Reds have cut the lead to 1. Takes the pressure off a little bit, doesn't it?
It does.
So hitting for Bronson and delivering is Costanzo. That'll leave a runner at second. Now with a 1 out, and back to the top of the order, Drew Stubbs. Stubbs bounced to second, bounced to third, 0 for 2. Oh, you talk about the bus rides, the in the game, out of the game, in independent baseball. Will I ever get there? You're here, Mike, and you delivered.
Well, when you're a fairly high round draft pick, and then you end up a few years later in independent ball, that means nobody else wants you. And you hit rock bottom right there. And then you reevaluate maybe the things that you think are important, how you go about playing the game. Maybe you have a little attitude adjustment along the way. And all of a sudden the team gives you another shot like the Reds did.
You do that, you can go talk to the hitting coach, can't you? 1 ball, 1 strike to Drew. Espinosa trying to keep Valdez as close as he can to second. He represents the tying run for the Reds.
I just can't believe the arms the Nationals are running out there. Gio Gonzalez the other night, 94-95. Last night, Jordan Zimmerman, 93-94. That last pitch by Jackson, 96. We didn't even see Steven Strasburg. He's throwing about 97 to 100 if he wants.
Well, their average fastballs, there's Gio Gonzalez, their average fastballs on this staff make them the fastest fastball staff in the league. Just fastballs, not breaking balls, the average speed of their fastballs. They're for real.
I mean, you know, usually on a staff you get maybe 2, maybe 3 on a good staff. But every one of these guys throws BBs.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Valdez trying to get every inch of his lead. Good solid base runner is Wilson Valdez. He'll take a great secondary lead.
He's got one guy paying attention to him out there. Espinosa not all that far off from second base. Trying to keep him close so he doesn't nab third on him.
Jackson spending more time looking at Valdez. He hit that one as a 55-footer.
That would have been a great pitch to go on, but there's no way that Wilson Valdez is going to even be able to get a lead off. I think that's a good percentage defensive play, or at least alignment by the Nationals. The Reds just scored 1 run on a sacrifice fly. Valdez can get the third, and Drew Stubbs can get the ball in the air. You've got a tie ball game.
And you look at the hitting chart for Stubbs. Most of the ground balls he hits are to the left side of the infield, and he's predominantly a fly ball hitter.
Especially this year.
Full count, 3-2. Tries to check it, can't do it, and there is out number 2. Stubbs strikes out. 4th strikeout for Jackson, 2 away. So it'll be up to Heisey to keep the inning alive. Chris 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out.
Of course, now they're not going to pay anywhere near the kind of attention to Wilson Valdez at second than as they did before. They really don't care if they steal that base with 2 outs.
I think with the arms that they have in this outfield, especially Ankiel and Harper, I mean, preventing the steal is part of the equation. The other part is by a step or two, because this outfield can throw just about anybody out no matter what kind of speed you have.
Yeah, they can, but that really applies with 1 out. With 2 outs, you're going to get a good running start on the crack of the bat. And the chance of even a guy like Ankiel or Bryce Harper, as strong-armed as they are, they're probably not going to get a man at home on a wet day, wet turf. A lot of things working against them today.
1 ball, no strikes. There's a strike. On deck for the Reds. Joey's already homered twice. Caught by the second baseman Espinosa. That'll end the Reds rally, but a single, a double, and a sacrifice fly that Mike Costanza will always remember, has pulled the Reds to within 1. Of the Cincinnati Reds with the MLB.com at-bat 12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at-bat to 31826 or visit Reds.com for details. Time for our AT&T trivia question for this Mother's Day. Who are the 4 players drafted #1 overall in the June amateur draft to play for the Reds? The 4 players drafted #1 overall in the June amateur draft to play for the Reds. You know about the Nationals. They've got 2 on this roster, Bryce Harper and Steven Strasburg. Harper going back to have that left eyebrow checked. He had 10 stitches in the eyebrow if you missed it this weekend after banging a bat off the wall after an Ophir day. And it looks like the edge of it's down over the edge of his eye. He was pretty open about it, Chris, talking to him yesterday. He said, you know, yeah, I learned a little bit. I learned that sometimes the walls are harder than you think.
Well, I mean, hard to deny when you're walking around with 10 stitches and a bandage on your head and a little mouse above your eyebrow. Part of growing up.
Yep. So Bronson Arroyo's day is done. Bronson allowed 4 runs on 11 hits. Steve Lombardozzi will pinch hit for Jackson, so both starters will be out of the game, and the new pitcher for the Reds, Sam LeCure.
He may be asked to go a few innings out there, Sam, now that it's only the 6th inning. Reds used a few relievers last night.
Trying to keep it where it is the University of Texas product out of Missouri, Sam LeCure. He's been solid for the Reds every place you've put him. Here's Lombardozzi. Very solid offensively. In fact, had Danny Espinosa continued to struggle, he might have gotten more playing time. It looks like Espinosa's over the hump. Dad, part of that Twins team of the mid-1970s. Another second baseman, shortstop through the minors, who played second for TK, Tom Kelly. Smart baseball player, good tools, solid offensive player. Pinch hitting for Jackson. Full count, 3-2. Talk about a team with characters. That Minnesota team of the 70s was a special group with Lombardozzi, a group that everyone wondered, who are these guys? Guys like Lenny Faedo. And as a bouncer under the glove of Votto down the line, going to second will be Lombardozzi, and he'll pull in, putting a runner in scoring position to lead off the 6th inning.
Hit hard by Lombardozzi, but certainly should have been caught by Votto. Got there in time. The ball just got underneath his glove, it looked like. Either that or he didn't flip his glove open wide enough. That's a tough break after you scratch and claw to try to get back in this ball game with a couple of hits and a run in the last inning.
They'll charge Votto with an error on that play, second error of the season. So Joey charged with the error, and that puts a runner in scoring position with Desmond coming to the plate. Ian 1 for 3, a double in the 3rd, and he scored on a double by Bernardino. Showing bunt, pops it up. LeCure will have it. Well, thank you very much, says Sam LeCure.
There's that breaking ball pop-up bunt.
Delivered it. And here comes Bernardino. Roger, another 2-hit game for him. Reached on a bunt hit, stranded in the 1st, doubled in a run in the 3rd, and popped up to Votto in the 5th inning. Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting, healthier products for your menu. That's JTM. Did you get your delivery?
Nope, I still think you're at the top of the street heading them off.
Breaking ball in there for a strike.
Oh, that's that front door fastball that Sam LeCure throws, a 2-seamer, starts it at the belt buckle of a left-handed hitter. And he's got such good direction with his front body, clears his hips, and that ball has a little comeback action on it. Glad that Marty Foster was giving her that inside corner.
Here's the 1 strike from LeCure. Line to left. Heisey right there, though, and he hauls it in. Hit right on the button by Bernardina, but Heisey right place, right time. Lombardozzi has to hold.
Boy, 2 guys on this Nationals team have really come alive offensively in that series with the Pirates and then in this series with the Reds. One of them, Danny Espinosa, the other, Roger Bernardina. Taking his time to get back to the dugout, too. Let's go. You're not the first guy to make a fly ball out the left field after you hit it hard.
Thanks, Coach. Here's Zimmerman. Ryan flied out, bounced out, flied out. 0 for 3. If you're joining us late, we had a 3-hour 36-minute rain delay on this Mother's Day here in Cincinnati. Finally playing some baseball. The Reds took an early 1-0 lead on a Joey Votto homer. Washington tied it on an RBI by Bernardina. Took the lead 2-1 in the third. Reds tied it on Joey's second home run of the game. 9th time in his career he's had 2 home runs in a ball game. Nationals took the lead 4-2 on a Danny Espinosa double that played at 2. And making his major league debut, Mike Costanzo's sacrifice fly gave the Reds their 3rd run, and that's where we are, 4-3. Bronson Arroyo started, allowed 4 runs on 11 hits in 5 innings of work. Edwin Jackson, his day is done as well. He leaves with a lead. The other National League Finals, Atlanta's beaten the Cardinals 7-4. Cubs beat Milwaukee 8-2. Miami over the Mets 8-4. Philadelphia beat San Diego 3-2, and Pittsburgh over Houston 3-2. Way wide, and it's 3-1. Now in the 9th, San Francisco leads the Diamondbacks 7-3 in Arizona, and in the 7th, Dodgers lead Colorado 8-5. Go full again, 3-2.
Pretty good slider right there by Sam LeCure. Ryan Zimmerman taking a shot that maybe he's getting a 3-1 fastball, and LeCure painted the corner with that slider. I'd go right back out there.
For a ball and a 3-2 pitch. Down to first goes Zimmerman. That'll bring up Adam LaRoche.
So other than the intentional walk to Danny Espinosa, or make it to Rick Ankiel, that's the first walk of the game issued by Reds pitchers.
Here comes LaRoche, who struck out twice against Bronson Arroyo, and then in the 5th, down in an 0-2 count, he hit one off the end of the bat for a double that started that 2-run rally. It was followed by a Bryce Harper single and a double by Espinosa that played at 2. American League Finals. Minnesota beat the Blue Jays 4-3. Boston over the Indians, the final 12-1, and Seattle beat the Yankees 6-2. Tampa Bay a win over Baltimore, the final 9-3 in that one. And Kansas City over the White Sox 9-1. Now in the 8th, Detroit leads Oakland 2-1 in Oakland, and it'll be the Texas Rangers hosting the Sunday night game tonight against Anaheim. Picked up by LeCure, he'll tap the bag, and that'll do it. So an error and a walk, but no harm. Sam gets the job done. Votto due up. He's got 2 homers already. Nice job, Matt Sigafus. Ziggy providing the highlights and some musical interlude as well. Joey Votto, good day for him so far. 2 for 2, 9th time in his career 2-home-run ball game. Gives him 4 on the season now. And 20 runs knocked in. Thanks to Mike Costanzo, the Reds now within 1. And here's the former Bucco, Tom Gorzolani. Once a starter, now he's settled in since the midpoint of last year into this bullpen for Washington, and he's been fairly reliable in that role, Chris.
He was about half and half last year for Washington, 30 games, 15 of those starts. This year, all of the appearances have come out of the bullpen. He's been unable to break that starting rotation for Davey Johnson, but he's an often used left-hander.
First pitch swinging, deep left center, Ankiel back, edge of the warning track, he'll haul it in. Joey's been on it today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did not miss that one by much. First pitch breaking ball, and looked like he hit it pretty well. In fact, at first, didn't look like Rick Ankiel saw that ball. The trajectory of the ball off the bat almost goes straight up. Ball carrying here pretty good today. Gorzolani, one of those relief pitchers that is oftentimes called on to give more than 1 inning.
Here's Brandon. Phillips struck out in single. The Reds have 2 home runs from Joey Votto, a single from Brandon, a single from Ryan Hannigan, and a double from Wilson Valdez. That's the hit total for Cincinnati thus far today. Edwin Jackson went his 5 innings, allowed those 5 hits and 3 runs. Dribble to the right side. Espinosa has it. And Phillips is retired. 2 quick outs. Sunday on Fox Sports Ohio, join Tom Brokaw for Boys in the Hall, the personal stories of some of baseball's greatest legends. After today's game, it's Philadelphia Phillies Hall of Famer Robin Roberts. Boys in the Hall presented by Subway Restaurants, where winners eat. That's coming up today after Reds Live. And Chris, no doubt about it that Robin was one of our favorites. You had the great good fortune to play for him, and fortunately we both got to know him as an outstanding man, not just a great baseball man.
I may hang around to watch that one.
Yep.
It would be well worth it.
And if ever there was a guy that talked about a well-located fastball as being your best pitch, was he number one?
Shoot, Robin Roberts used to tell me that he would throw the first 7 innings of a ball game and throw nothing but fastballs, just locating them in and out, up and down. Third time through the order, he'd finally break out a breaking ball, and even then, only occasionally.
The heart and soul of the pitching staff of that Philadelphia Whiz Kids club. And here was a guy, forget about pitch counts, forget about four or five man rotation.
Wow, 300 innings 6 years in a row.
2 balls, 1 strike. Bruce fouls it off.
And never had, the kind of injuries that sideline guys nowadays. And I think what he used to tell me is that he would always stay within himself. Even though he threw a good fastball, he was more concerned about the movement on that ball and where that ball was, rather than trying to throw as hard as you can and thereby putting your arm in danger.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Jay Bruce.
The other thing that he made mention to me, George, and getting off the track here in a 1-run game, don't want to do it long, but he didn't pitch until he was 16 years old. And, he was one of these guys that didn't necessarily think that when you're 8 years old, you need to go out there and toil for 50 innings a summer.
A walk to Jay. And he wasn't a believer in the trick pitches either.
Yeah.
The tying run on, and here comes Todd Frazier. Frazier struck out, lined out 0 for 2. Up right side, short right field. Espinosa back. Harper will call him off, and he holds on. Long run for Bryce Harper. Espinosa had it under control, but Harper calls him off. Reds still trail by 1 as we head to the 7th. Baseball and softball camps presented by Safeco Insurance. All campers receive their own Reds uniform, special instruction from a Reds coach, on-field VIP experience at Great American Ballpark, plus a guest appearance by a current Red star. For information on the official Reds camps, visit reds.com/camps today. Time to answer our AT&T trivia question. Who are the 4 players drafted number 1 overall in the June amateur draft that played for the Reds? A guess, Chris?
Well, Ken Griffey was one. I remember Paul Wilson. Yeah, Josh Hamilton, that's an easy one. And Tim Belcher is the one I probably would not have guessed. Belcher, of course, a losing pitcher in that perfect game by Tom Browning.
Came up with the Dodgers and a great competitor with the Reds. Here's another number 1 draft pick, Bryce Harper. Harper today singled his first hit against the Reds in the series, flied to center, then reached on an infield hit. Everybody that's watched him, and there are a host of scouts here today, former Red Sox, Tim Naring here, Cincinnati native, Carl Lowenstein, the super scout for the Dodgers, Bill Singer, and everybody that's seen this young man will liken him to, you mentioned Ken Griffey Jr., Josh Hamilton was another number 1 pick. He has this kind of talent. He has the same kind of ability to be a superstar in the league.
Well, usually that number 1 pick is so head and shoulders above everybody else. There might be one other guy in the draft that's like him, but usually the number 1 guy is one you just don't make a mistake on. Alex Rodriguez, I mean, guys like this that just stand out. I mean, they look like men among boys when they're playing high school or junior college ball.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Joey Votto has it. It's a fair ball. Good job of smothering that one on the line. Took a tricky last hop, but he was there to get it.
And the interesting thing about Bryce Harper is that he's 19 years old. He's already been a couple of years in the minor leagues for the Washington Nationals. He accelerated his high school education so that he would graduate a year early, thereby going to a junior college and making himself eligible for the draft earlier than he would normally be. Played in a wood bat league to make sure that scouts knew that he was the real deal.
He attended rookie development seminar down at Lansdowne Convention Center, which I've been privileged to be a part of for the last 20 years. And each team sends its top 2 or 3 minor league prospects. And they're tutored by former major leaguers on how to be a major leaguer off the field, not on the field. They have medical experts, psychologists, psychiatrists. People come in from Money Magazine. The FBI comes in. And when Bryce came 2 years ago, when it was all over, I mean, to a man, the former major leaguers and the people who were part of our seminars, they shook their heads, said, this kid is beyond his years. He's something special. Yes, he's something special on the field, but he's got something special ticking inside of him, too. Fouled off. Now, having said that and talking about a number 1 pick, Chris, you and I talked about Josh Hamilton. I mean, what a year he's off to. And this, a guy who fought all the demons, and he's come back all the way. This could be a year when we could have the possibility of 2 Triple Crown winners. Kemp, Hamilton, both of them brilliant so far.
You're right. Long way to go.
1 ball, 1 strike to Danny Espinosa. 2 for 3. I mean, look at the numbers of these 2 guys. Matt at 359, 12 homers, 28 knocked in.
41 runs batted in.
How about
Hamilton.
that?
Are you kidding me?
That's a year for some folks. A long way to go, but it's a possibility.
I'm sure there are more than one Reds fan that winces when they see that stack of numbers.
2 balls, 1 strike. Way out in front, Espinosa 2-2. Coming into today, Espinosa 3 home runs and 5 knocked in. 2 of the homers came here. Hamilton's had 9 home runs this week. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Missing inside. Full count 3-2 to the National second baseman with Rick Ankiel on deck. And he'll walk him in the dirt. Second walk allowed by the Reds right-hander in relief of Bronson Arroyo. And that'll bring up Ankiel, who singled twice and was intentionally walked by Arroyo in the 5th. If you joined us late, in addition to celebrating Mother's Day on this day, the pink bats that you're seeing, the armbands and the emblems, all part of the Going to Bat Against Cancer crusade today, and each of the players using the pink bats. Another well thought out effort to eradicate, and the shoes too, to eradicate a disease that has taken too many lives of mothers that we celebrate on this day. (2-0). That slapped the other way and into the seats down the left field line. You talked earlier about Edwin Jackson, how many position players became pitchers. This guy went the other way. Talk about resurrecting your career. Man,
that's got to be one of the hardest things to do in sports. Change position is number one, but to go from a pitcher to an everyday player. A lot of guys have done it the other way around. See a lot of players that have signed as catchers. Jason Mott, for instance, signed as a catcher. Now he's a pitcher, closer for the Cardinals. And there are a number of examples all over the place. On Reds team, Jose Arredondo, pitcher that was signed as a shortstop, couldn't hit. They put him on the mound. Johnny Cueto, growing up, was an outfielder before they turned him into a pitcher. It's a whole different story when you become a hitter after you're starting out as a pitcher.
3-1. And that's back-to-back walks.
Something that is not very common for Sam LeCure. Usually control is his calling card, and he's walked now 3 batters in just an inning and a third. You know, with the long rain delay, with a lot of the fans not either showing up or leaving after waiting around for a while, not knowing if that ball game was ever going to get started or not, it's kind of a slow crowd. It's a dismal, kind of a foggy day here. It seems like it's more like an exhibition game right now, but it's a real game. And there's not a lot of intensity out there, but you're in a one-run ball game, and you never know at the end of the year what one game in May means until you have to win a stretch of games in September to get back in the race. So this is a big situation. I mean, I'm not trying to overstate the situation, but I mean, you want to get this getaway game and not get swept at home by the Nationals.
Here's Jesus Flores, the catcher. Sacrifice fly, knocked in a run, struck out, and singled in the 5th. So 1 for 2 officially.
The one way to measure the intensity is you measure the interest of the players in the dugout. And other than Dusty Baker, Chris Spire, and Brian Price, everybody else is sitting on the dugout bench with their back up against the wall. I mean, believe me, from right there, you can hardly see the ball game. The Nationals, on the other hand, they've got 4 or 5 guys that are right up against that fence watching the game. Maybe they're smelling the sweep.
Chad Tracy's come out of that dugout, and he will pinch hit in the pitcher spot. Due up next. Reds double play depth, middle of the infield. LeCure hoping to pokes a ground ball out of Flores. Just missing down and in 1-2. Back-to-back walks after Bryce Harper grounded out. Well, it was a missed a few minutes ago, now turning into a light rain again here at Great American Ballpark. Hannigan rolls through his signs. Here's the 2-2. Got him. Stuck to it, gets him with the breaking ball for Sam LeCure, his first strikeout since coming on last inning. And that'll bring up Tracy to pinch hit. So Gorzelani will go an inning, allow one walk. Tracy comes in. Part-time play, and with the injuries to LaRoche, he's had a chance to play more often of late. Adam just came off the DL and has been hot of late. Got his average back up to 256. And he's been effective off the bench. 6 runs batted in. Of those 9 came as a pinch hitter, and that's tied for the lead in the National League. Give you a good solid at bat and solid defensively at first as well. Strike one from Sam LeCure. Pop back, it'll be out of play. Walk to Espinosa, and the back-to-back walk to Ankiel has put those 2 runners on. Tracy trying to deliver a pad run for Davy Johnson, and Sam LeCure trying to close the door and get the Reds back to the bat rack, trailing 4-3. In front again. That's foul back. We'll try it again. Still 0-2. Giant game now. Final. San Francisco beat Arizona 7-3. Barry Zito got the win in that one in the desert.
That's a rare Giants win over the Diamondbacks that have simply owned them.
Is it 9 in a row? Ian Desmond on deck for Davy Johnson.
Chad Tracy was once a pretty good power source for those Arizona Diamondbacks back in 2005 and 2006. 27 bombs in 20 in back-to-back years. Hit 300 in 2005. Had a monster year.
Popped up. This will reach the seats too.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Chad Tracy went to East Carolina, which I think is the same college that the newest Red, Mike Costanzo, went to.
He went to Coastal Carolina, didn't he? Yeah, Coastal.
So the Coastal is in South Carolina, is that right? Okay.
You got to call Jack McKeon. He'll
Yeah, you know what?
Trader Jack knows everything down in the Carolinas.
He even knows Wapakoneta.
That's right. More than anything, he knows Elon. 1 and 2. Off the end of the bat, that's foul. Shows you why Tracy's been effective off the bench. Even down 0-2, he'll spoil your best pitch to stay alive and try to get a pitch he can handle. I feel straight away against Tracy. And while the Reds have solid defenders in each of their 3 outfield positions, the grass is wet. The ball will be wet by the time it gets out there. Not easy to throw a runner out on this day. Here's a 1-2. That's going through. Here comes Bruce charging. They're going to send the runner. Jay's throw coming to the plate. It will not be in time, and the run scores. Ball came to almost a complete stop going through the wet grass, and Tracy delivers his 7th pinch hit run batted in of the season, leading the National League now.
He did a good job in that at bat, fouling off some tough pitches before he went down to get an even tougher pitch. That ball looked like it was down and out of the strike zone. He just pulled it in that hole between first and second. Diamondback, or the Washington Nationals, just continue to score. They've only had 3 innings in this ball game where they haven't put a run on the board.
At the old ballpark, Riverfront Stadium, Synergy Field, the old scoreboard used to say walks will haunt, and they certainly have haunted the Reds here. 2 walks in the inning. End up for Sam LeCure. The first one comes around to score. It's now a 5-3 lead for Washington. Dusty Baker on his way out, ready for a double switch as he goes to home plate umpire Marty Foster. But while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Live coverage of the UEFA Champions League final, and Bayern Munich takes on Chelsea as both teams looking to complete their improbable championship run. The UEFA Champions League final is live Saturday, May 19th at 2 o'clock Eastern, right here only on Fox. Here's Miguel Cairo coming in on the double switch. Cairo will take over at third. And coming out of the bullpen, a guy who's been just like just about everybody else in this pen, Chris. He's been pretty reliable, J.J. Hoover.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, too, because he made his major league debut just 7 games ago, and he has not given up a run yet. He stranded all the runners he's had out there, and opponent batting average under 150. So what more can you ask of a rookie than what J.J. Hoover has given the Reds so far?
Free swinger.
Hoover's the kind of guy that you look at the radar gun and you say, well, you know, he throws hard, but it's not the kind of fastball that, you know, simply overpowers people like a Henry Rodriguez or a Aroldis Chapman. But it just doesn't seem like a lot of hitters lefty or righty really get a good look at it. He's got that sneaky delivery.
Here's the strike one to the leadoff hitter Ian Desmond. Fouls it off. And it's 0-2. Been one of those strange days, Chris, where the Reds, almost every key hit that the Nationals have come after the Reds were ahead in the count, either 1-2 or 0-2. Ryan Price and Dusty Baker hoping that Hoover can slam the door and the Reds can go to work. Adam locked up but just missed up and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Desmond today lined out, double, popped out twice.
Oh,
got him.
Ring him up.
Good job by Hoover. He helps out his buddy Sam LeCure. But the Nationals play add-on. They lead it 5-3. Going to the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll keep it here on this Mother's Day as we honor America with God Bless America.
And face the American flag. Major League Baseball, the Nationals and the Reds salute the men and women of our armed
27th at Great American Ballpark, and make sure you take advantage of the Reds 4 for $48 ticket deal. It includes 4 view level tickets and 4 Reds hats, plus the first 8,000 kids 14 and younger receive kids binoculars presented by Tire Discounters. Don't miss Sunday family days with the Reds. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit select Kroger location or reds.com. Welcome back. Great American Ballpark. The Nationals 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors. The Reds 3-5-1. The pitchers of record, if you're just joining us, Bronson Arroyo went 5 innings, allowed 11 hits and 4 runs. Edwin Jackson 5 innings, 5 hits and 3 runs. The Reds offense, Joey Votto 2 home runs, 9th time in his career a 2-home-run ball game. He gave the Reds a 1-0 lead, tied it at 2 in the 4th. The other Reds run came on the first major league at bat from Mike Costanzo, a sacrifice fly that plated the Reds' 3rd run. 5-3, the lead belongs to the Nationals. Ryan Hannigan steps in. He'll face Ryan Matthews. Jackson started, Gorzolani, and now Matthews here in the 7th inning. Hannigan, Valdez, and then Cairo hitting in the 9th spot in the order. And Reds running out of time as the rain starts to fall a little bit harder here. If you joined us late, reason why we're still playing, 3.5-hour rain delay, 3 hours 36 minutes to be exact. Reds have danced the tightrope all afternoon. Yes, they trail at 5-3, but the Nationals have stranded 11 in a swing and a miss by Hannigan. That's a strikeout number 1 for Matthews. Hannigan now 1 for 3. Ryan flied to center, singled the lead off the 5th, and struck out here in the 7th. Here comes Valdez. Reds had a great opportunity in the 5th, the only inning where they had a real rally built. Hannigan led off with a single. Valdez doubled to put runners at 2nd and 3rd. Costanzo's sacrifice fly plated 1 run, then Stubbs struck out and Heisey lined out to end the Reds' threat. Matthews from the stretch. Reds bullpen ranked number 1 in the National League. The National starters ranked number 1, and this relief corps has been fairly reliable as well. They're 5th in the league. Matthews particularly tough on right-handers. He's allowed right-handers only a .211 batting average. And if you haven't joined us in this series already, the Reds and the Nationals will bring you some of the liveliest arms out of anybody's bullpen. Henry Rodriguez or Aroldis Chapman each can hit the 100-mile-per-hour figure. Three balls and a strike to Wilson. Reds trying to get the tying run to the plate. That's a strike. Full count, 3-2. Wilson has started shortstop today. Zach Kozart gets the day off. Reds in the start of a stretch of 20 games in 20 days, as Dusty Baker will try to give starters a day here, a day there. So Zach gets to sit. In the air, right center field. Ankiel back to the warning track, and another pretty good swing from Valdez. His double went to left center, that to the warning track and right center. 2 away, and here comes Cairo hitting in the 9th spot. No longer just a miss, Chris. It's raining again now.
Yeah, it is, but I don't get the impression that these umpires are any time we're going to stop this game to see what happens with the weather. It's supposed to rain on and off between now and somewhere later on tonight, say we're 10 or 11 o'clock. So the window of opportunity is here right now to play this ball game until the field gets completely unplayable.
The other part of this equation, if you looked at the schedule and you matched up these two teams, there are only 3 viable dates to replay this game, so you knew that the umpires are going to try to get it in if they could.
Well, it won't be replayed now. I mean,
they've got an official game now.
Right.
But as the
Reds have to come
progressed,
back and tie this baby up for it to be postponed and then taken up at a later date. They have not shown a lot of offensive energy here this afternoon.
Down to third. Zimmerman has it in the dirt, but scooped by LaRoche. So the Reds go quietly in inning number 7. Heading to the 8th. Bernardina leads it off. Joey Votto get the Reds rolling. His 3rd homer of the year makes it 1-0 Cincinnati in the first inning. The first of 2 on the day for Joey. 9th time in his career he's had 2 home runs. Add to that, Roger Bernardina, another big hit. He followed Desmond's double with a double of his own. That gave the Nationals a 2-1 lead after a sacrifice fly by Jesus Flores tied it. And then Joey delivered again. This one to straightaway center field. A big-time shot. And the Reds had tied it at 2. Danny Espinosa continued his hot hitting in this series. 2 homers the last 2 days. And for Espinosa, this double played at 2 to make it 4-2. First major league at bat, Mike Costanzo's sacrifice fly gets Hannigan home to get them within 1. And that's where we are right now. It's a 5-3 difference after the Nationals play add-on with a run in the 7th. We go to the 8th. Bernardina, who's been a thorn in the side of the Reds this whole series. He reached on a bunt hit in the 1st, doubled in that run in the 3rd, popped up and lined out. He leads it off in the 8th. J.J. Hoover, who took over for the final out of the 7th, still in there. Bronson Arroyo started, went 5 innings, 11 hits and 4 runs. Sam LePure, an inning and 2/3, allowed 3 walks and 1 run. This one hit high in the air down the right field line. Is there going to be room? It will drift into the seats and be out of play. $28,361 paid on this day. It was started out to be a day when you had hoped for good weather and a festive celebration of Mother's Day. A lot of folks, after a 3.5-hour rain delay, headed home, and a handful still here as we hit the 7:30 mark. These are big-time baseball fans.
You're not kidding about that, man. Of course, you don't know how many of these fans that drove a long way to get here. Of course, it's Sunday afternoon. You planned for it a long time ago. You make the trip to Cincinnati, and you have to be patient.
And come prepared. They sure did. Full count 3-2. Hoover to Bernardina.
Well, what a difference between last night and tonight. The electricity in the ballpark last night with a full house. One of the biggest crowds ever here at Great American Ballpark. Tight ball game. Lots of strikeouts on both sides. I think there were 25 strikeouts in the game total last night. Just a big electric atmosphere on a Joey night bobblehead night. And today, you know, with the rain and the dreariness and the long rain delay before the game even got going, more than 3.5 hours. Doesn't seem like a regulation game, but it is.
You've played in games like this, Chris. You still got to find a way to dig down, huh?
You really do. This is when it's the most important to dig down individually, for your manager to get your team going, to keep reminding these guys that this is a real game. It counts in the standings, and you got to get after it.
Ryan Zimmerman flied out, grounded out, flied out, and walked in his appearances today. Reds will turn the corner. Top of the order due up when we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Yes, missing the outside corner. 2-0. After this one concludes tonight, the Reds will hit the road to Atlanta. We'll be on the air with Reds Live 6:30 on Monday and Tuesday. Here's a pop up to the right side, foul territory. Votto there, peering up into the drizzle, hauls it in for the first out of the top of the 8th. It'll be Homer Bailey against Randall Delgado tomorrow. Then Tuesday, Johnny Cueto against Tim Hudson. Wednesday on to New York against the Mets. Mike Leake scheduled to make his start against Johan Santana. And boy, he's come all the way back after arm surgery, Chris. He's off to an outstanding start, an earned run average under 3.
Now those Mets playing pretty good baseball. Game in it today, 19-14, a couple of games back.
Here's Adam LaRoche. 1 for 4 on the afternoon. That was a double back in the 5th inning. Down to second. It'll go into center field. Bernardino will end up at third.
Bernardino, boy, he has been involved in a whole bunch of stuff. He hasn't scored a run yet today, but he seems to be involved in everything. I don't know whether that was the delayed steal or what. That's probably going to go as an error on the catcher, Ryan Hannigan, but that really is a ball that has to be blocked by a middle infielder. I keep saying that all the time, where these guys, they try to pick it and flash a tag down, and what happens is that they can't even knock it down at all, and the ball goes into center field. The catcher gets tagged with an error, but the runner goes to third.
That'll force the Reds, with only 1 out, to bring the infield in again. A second time today, the LaRoche will bat with the infield in.
Of course, a good throw gets him by a long shot.
And it almost looked like they had a good chance to just pick him off first. As he came up, maybe the ball a little wet, slipped after hitting the dirt. Couldn't make a throw. By the time Ryan throws to second, it's in the dirt. But Bernardino now at third. Here's the 1-2. Down and in the dirt again. And it's 2-2. That's a solid shot into right. That'll go as a base hit and get the 6th run of the afternoon in for the Washington Nationals. So LaRoche, who came in hitting .333, gets 2 more hits today. And picks up another run batted in, his team leading 24th run batted into the season. Of course, we talked at the beginning of the year of the pressure points in the schedule, and this was one of them. This stretch that the Reds are going through, 20 games in 20 days. Here's Bryce Harper, who's 2 for 4. I mean, you're playing the Braves in Atlanta, then you go to New York, you're going to have to play the Yankees, and then you play the Braves again back home.
Well, right, but, you know, even if you don't look at it in the big picture of 20 games in 20 days, if you just look at what you had here at home, you know, you had a week-long road trip before you came home and played only 3 days. We're going to get one there, and then you go to Atlanta, play 2 quick ones because you don't even get a chance in a 2-game series to unpack your suitcase, and all of a sudden you're into New York, and then you spend nearly a week in New York, which can wear you out. I mean, just as soon as you step out of the hotel, there is an energy about that city that has a tendency to wear you down. And after you play the Mets for a couple of games, now you go in and play the Yankees. And the Yankees may not be the best team in baseball this year, but they're still a very good ball club, playing over 500 baseball. And they're going to be tough to beat in Yankee Stadium. That's a team that can flat out put some runs on the board.
6-3 Washington. Here's Danny Espinosa. Espinosa again after 2 home runs the last 2 days, 2 more hits today. He's 2 for 3. A single and a double. The double, a key part of this game and key part for Bronson Arroyo. In the 5th, Arroyo got 2 quick outs. And then after getting 2 strikes on LaRoche, Adam hit one off the end of the bat for a double to left. Harper reached on an infield hit, and Espinosa's double plated those 2 runs. They'll get the final out of the inning. But the Nationals play add-on, lead at 6-3. Top of the order due up. Reds need 3. Brought to you by CCHMC, Cincinnati's Children's, in the top 10 for all selected pediatric specialties in United States News and World Report's 2010 Best Children's Hospitals. And by the dependable, long-lasting Chevy Silverado and your tri-state Chevy dealers. Back at Great American, here's the top of the order for the Reds as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Drew Stubbs, Chris Heisey, Joey Votto due up. Stubbs 0 for 3 this afternoon, 2 ground ball outs and a strikeout. Matthews in for his 2nd inning of work. He had a 1-2-3-7. For the Nationals, Edwin Jackson started. Went 5 innings, allowed 5 hits and 3 runs. Orsolani an inning, and then this is Matthews' 2nd inning of work. this will be the final series scheduled between these two teams this year. Reds played 4 games in Washington last month with 3 here. The prospect, of course, this year a little different, Chris, with Davey Johnson, Dusty Baker dealing with an added wild card team. You never know, you may face him again before the year is over.
You might, and that's why every game is important.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Bounced over second. Desmond will bobble it. No way he'll get the speedy Stubbs. So the window opens for the Reds. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. Ian Desmond, I'm not sure that even if he gloves it, he's going to get Stubbs the way he motors down the line.
Desmond's got a very good arm, and he comes across, and you know, when you got wet grass and a spin and off the bat, you never really know how it's going to hop. It looks like he just took a bigger hop than he thought. But that's an easy play, and he should have been able to make it. This probably will go down as an error. But nonetheless, you've got the Reds' middle of the lineup coming up: Heisey, Votto, and Phillips. So often is the case, the 8th inning, the important inning right here.
Desmond charged with the error. Here comes Chris Heisey. Struck out, bounced out, and lined out 0 for 3. 14 hits for the Nationals, 5 for the Reds. First pitch swinging, foul back and out of play. The Reds have used Mike Costanzo, their left-handed bat, off the bench, and used Miguel Cairos into the game. Still available, Zach Cozart, Devin Mesoraco, and Ryan Ludwig from the right side. He thought it was a little high. Marty Foster barks it out for strike 2. Here's the 0-2. Did he go? Yes, says Tim Timmons. Heisey didn't think so. Long look. He'll argue the second strike with Foster, and a long look at Timmons down at first for the 3rd strike. Well, time for the Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And our Miller Lite moment of this game, 2 of them came off the bat of Joey Votto. Votto's home run gives the Reds a 1-0 lead. That came in the 1st, and then his 2nd homer of the game, 4th of the year, ties the game at 2 in the 4th inning. It's Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. So with Votto due up out of the bullpen, they've got 2 left-handers, Sean Burnett and Tom Gorzolani. Gorzolani came in earlier. They're going to use their 2nd left-hander against Joey. While the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages on Fox Sports Ohio. need some runs. They trail at 6-3. Davey Johnson using his other wild card, bringing Sean Burnett in, the lefty, to face Joey Votto.
Well, he's only faced Joey Votto once in his career. Burnett's only been around a couple of years, and Votto took the walk in the only time they've matched up against each other. Burnett, however, has been lights out this year, although he has not stranded a whole bunch of runners.
Here's Joey. That's bounced down to the right side, and you know about his story. He's been the only offense the Reds have been able to muster in this day. 2 home runs, 1 to left, 1 to center. 9th time in his career a 2-home run ball game, giving him 4 for the season, and 20 runs batted in. Last time up, a fly ball to the warning track in center. Setting up inside is Flores. This one ripped. Does it have enough height? Over the outstretched effort of Harper. Rounding second, going to third is Stubbs, and it'll be second and third as Joey Votto delivers a double. Boy, he has hit the ball right on the button 4 times today.
Now they bring in a left-hander for the sole purpose of trying to get Joey Votto out, and it doesn't work. Sean Burnett gets a fastball up and in, and Joey Votto turns on it, something we haven't seen him do a whole lot, and he hits that ball one hopper off the wall. Stubbs goes to third, Votto goes to second, tying run coming to the plate.
Stubbs had to wait and see. With Harper's speed, you couldn't take a chance down by 3 runs to see if Harper could get to it, and as soon as it got by him, he was off and running to third, and he cruises into third, and here comes Brandon with 1 out, second and third for the Reds. Phillips 2 for 5 in his career against Burnett. Brandon today struck out in the first, single to center in the fourth, and bounced to second in the 6th. Reds trying to muster a comeback against these Nationals. Stubbs reached on the air of Votto, a 2-base hit. Gabe Bruce on deck. And Burnett's ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. Been productive, especially of late. At his 4-game hitting streak. That was snapped last night, even though he hit the ball hard twice. Hanging in there, staying alive. We said it 3 days ago, Chris, that you're not going to find a better starting staff in all of baseball, and the Nationals have shown us exactly that. If you're going to do some business, you've got to try to do it against this bullpen.
Well, you better do it right now. You're not going to have a better chance, and a couple of runners on base, tying run at the plate. You're running out of outs, running out of time. You certainly don't want to see Henry Rodriguez in here before he has to. But before you have to see him, he came in last night throwing BBs around 100 miles an hour. This is your guy right here this inning.
Yes, misses the outside corner with the breaking ball.
This is a grind him out at bat now for Brandon Phillips, and he knows it. Burnett only throws upper 80s. It's not like the kind of fastball that's going to blow you away. He'll tease you with the fastball, tease you with the breaking ball. Now that he's ahead, he's just trying to expand the zone a little bit.
Burnett to the stretch. Stubbs and Votto lead off in the dirt, and we're even at 2-2. Jay Bruce 0 for 2 and a walk, waiting on deck. how many times in the last couple of years have you seen Brandon against a left-hander foul off 4 or 5 and then deliver a big hit? That's what Dusty Baker's hoping for here. And we'll go full. Dusty picked up win number 1,500 the last day in Milwaukee, and a couple of the Nationals came up to him and said congratulations, and he said, I'm not worried about 1,500. I need 1,501 right now. One at a time. You love this series ending comeback win here. Full count, 3-2. Oh, we got it.
Pretty gutsy pitch right there by Sean Burnett. It looks like a changeup. It was 81 miles an hour. He kept missing with that breaking ball, bouncing it in the dirt. He gave what Brandon Phillips thought was a fastball and had him swinging out in front of it. And pretty good pitch there from a left-handed reliever under pressure.
So it'll be lefty against lefty again. Here comes Jay in his career 3 for 9 against Burnett. First time up, fly ball to straightaway center, bounced into a fielder's choice, and then walked in the 6th. High in the air, but it'll stay in the park. Harper under, looking for it. He can't find it. It's over his head. It's one hop off the wall, and 2 runs are going to score. Harper just lost it completely. Ankiel next to him all of a sudden looked up, and he saw it was over his head. By the time Ankiel could get there, 2 runs had crossed the plate. It'll go as a double. 2 runs knocked in. Another look at a missed ball.
You got a couple of things going on right here. Number one is that time of night where it's beginning to get dark. And then number 2, you've got that mist, that rain that's been coming down all afternoon, and it just disappeared in the clouds. A very low atmosphere right now of precipitation and kind of a foggy look. So the Reds get a huge break. And they got a chance to tie this baby up with a base hit out of a pinch hitter.
Well, here comes Ryan Ludwig. He will pinch hit for the pitcher hitting in the 6th spot. Ludwig's biggest hit of the year came against the Nationals, a grand slam. A base hit here can make this a brand new game. So on a day when the Nationals have out hit the Reds 14-7, they have left 12 on base. The Reds have left only 3. They're 1 hit away from tying this one up. Burnett to the stretch. Missing wide, 1-1.
That's that changeup again. Fastball, changeup, curveball. Those are the 3 pitches Burnett throws. And against a right-hander like Ludwig, I would imagine that little changeup that he tries to feather out on the outside corner is going to be his main pitch.
Ludwig in his career 1 for 2 against Burnett. Bruce trying to get every inch of a secondary lead to give the Reds a chance to score. And as we talked about earlier, the grass is wet. The ball will be wet.
I don't even think there'll be a throw to the plate unless it's a sizzling one hopper to somebody.
2 balls, 1 strike to the pitch hitter Ryan Ludwig. That's a strike. 2-2.
Well, he's staying away. That's one thing for certain.
Outfield plays him straight away and fairly deep in center and left.
If you're the infield for the Nationals, this is a belly play. You stop everything you can from getting into the outfield.
get the out that they needed. The Reds get 2, but are still 1 shy. 6-5 Nationals lead. We're heading to the 9th. Hot dog play of the game. Great throw from left field by Chris Heisey. Nails Espinosa at the plate. Perfect tag and a nice swipe by Ryan Hannigan. That ended the inning in the 5th and prevented the Nationals from tacking on and continuing what had been a big inning for them. They scored 2, but thanks to Heisey, that's all they got. Our John Morrell hot dog play of the day. And Chris, we talked about the grass being wet and the rain. With the lights and the mist, Bryce Harper, another lesson learned on this day, lost the ball in the mist and the lights, a combination of it. And Heisey's checking it out too as he gets out there, and it's no longer just misting, it's a rain and a mist combined.
Yeah, it's one of these days where you don't dare take your eye off the ball at all. So that when you look back up there, you may not see it. I don't think that Harper ever saw that ball. He may have seen it come off the bat. It's just one of those atmospheric doubles.
Well, here's Sean Marshall, who will take over as we go to the 9th. The Reds trailing at 6-5. Rick Ankiel to lead it off. Flores due to follow. Big swing and a strike. 1 ball and a 1 strike. Ankiel today singled his first time up to center. Another hard hit ball to center. Intentionally walked in the 5th and then walked in the 7th. So officially 2 for 2. Ankiel 3 for 10 in his matchups with Marshall, and that's that sweet spot again that the Reds bullpen has been able to cash in on against Rick Ankiel. Up and in, fastball gets him.
Really, that's the last thing I'm sure that Rick Ankiel expected from Sean Marshall, the guy who his calling card, the left-handers, is usually one of his 2 breaking balls, either the slider or the curveball.
Reds closer Marshall is in. The Nationals closer Henry Rodriguez, who struck out the side in the 9th yesterday, up and starting to loosen in the Washington bullpen. Here's Flores. Sacrifice fly, plated the first run in the 2nd, struck out. Singled in that play you just saw on the throw from Chris Heisey in the 5th inning, and then struck out in the 7th. Marshall's ahead 0-2. And Marshall's breaking ball lethal to a left-hander, and you saw the look on Flores' face too. He's got 3 versions of it.
Yeah, you're right. At least 3 versions, but you know, the 2 that he uses the most, the slider and the curveball, are, you know, one's tight, one's a big looping curve that looks like he starts it way outside the left-handed batter's box, and it can still break in for a strike.
1-2. Mile-an-hour fastball misses, and we're even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. foul.
Gonna knock a hole in an umbrella with that one.
Use it to protect yourself. Look out. This is one of those days when the game's over and Jesse goes through the stands picking up all those umbrellas, right? He'll be selling them next rain out.
You poked your eye out with that one.
We woke Jesse up in the back of the booth, I think. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the dirt. Xavier Nady's moved into the on-deck circle for the Nationals with the number 9 spot due up. Fouled off, staying alive is Flores. Two, 8th pitch of the at bat. Figures Flores will be the number 1 catcher for the time being after Wilson Ramos went down with the torn ACL last night. Flores, the man behind the plate. Wide of third. It'll get under the glove of Valdez, go into left for a base hit. So Flores has his 2nd hit of the day. 2 for 4. 1 out, 1 on, and here comes Nady to pinch hit. Nady 2 for 6 against Marshall. He'll step in with a runner on first and 1 away. Reds double play depth, middle of the infield. Closing in on home run number 100 for his career. And another one of those number 1 picks we were talking about earlier, Chris. Him out of the University of California. In on the hands, popped up, short center field. Phillips back. Got it. A little more difficult than it looked with the slippery grass. Brandon did a good job of getting there. Now back to the top of the order, Ian Desmond. 6th at bat of the day for Desmond. He's got a double back in the 3rd. Against Marshall in his career, 1 for 3. There's a bouncer under the glove of Valdez, and it'll go into center for a base hit. Well, that puts a runner in scoring position with 2 away, and that'll bring up Bernardino. Bernardino due up, and it'll be Tyler Moore who will pinch hit. So Tylerson's coming up 2 for 10. And again, double checking with Marshall on the scouting report on Moore. Moore infielder, but they've been working him in the outfield in case they need some extra bats or double switches for Davey. They'll get the pinch hit here in the ninth. And critical, Chris, to keep it right where it is. And you talked about a belly play, so important right now.
Well, that run out there is a very big one. You want to be able to at least have a chance to come back with one swing of the bat, not have to put a runner on to do so. So that's the difference between a 1-run or 2-run lead or a deficit. Knock anything down you can in the infield.
Breaking ball drops in for strike number 1. Bottom of the order due up for the Reds as you look at the bottom of the ninth. 7, 8, and 9. Which includes Cairo in the number 9 position. Marshall ahead 0-2. Of course, average speed out at second. Marshall kept it right where it was. The Reds struck for 2 in the 8th. Can they dial it up again in the 9th? Hannigan due up when we return. Game. It came off the bat of Jay Bruce last inning. A high fly ball that Bryce Harper just loses in the lights and the mist. Where is it? I don't know. Finally, Rick Ankiel reacts to it, but by the time he does, 2 Reds score. That came after Stubbs reached on an error and Joey Votto doubled. And that got the Reds to within 1. That's where we are right now. Nationals lead it 6-5. Nady stays in. He came in as a pinch hitter. He'll stay in left. So in the outfield, it's Nady in left, Ankiel in center, and Bryce Harper in right. And here is High Octane Henry.
He came in and made easy work of the Reds last night. Faced 3 batters, struck them all out. 2 swinging, 1 looking. And he is, I guess, the right-handed version of Aroldis Chapman for the Washington Nationals. Henry Rodriguez, obtained from the Oakland A's, hard-throwing right-hander. He can get wild, but I'll tell you what, he brushes it up there in the high 90s.
Well, last night he came in and closed it down in the 9th. He struck out Bruce, struck out Frazier, struck out Ludwig to end the game. I mean, fans, the sellout crowd treated to Aroldis Chapman dialing up to 100 and Rodriguez dialing up to 100 last night. Here's Ryan trying to get the Reds going in the ninth. That misses the outside corner at 96 miles an hour. Hannigan 0 for 1 in his matchups against this big right-hander. And Chapman does it with a big, long, lanky movement. He's much more compact, but the end result, they both average their fastball in the upper 90s. The two hardest throwing bullpenners in the league. Their average fastballs at 98, 99. 2 balls, no strikes. When he's gotten in trouble, it's when he's walked batters in key situations.
Well, if you're a 9th inning pitcher, every situation you come in is normally a key situation. And he's on the verge of walking the leadoff hitter right here.
Through his career, he's been more of a setup guy. In fact, he will resume his setup role when Drew Storen comes back. But now he's moved into the closer's role and done a good job for this club. Nationals hope to get their closer, Drew Storen, back by the middle of the season. 3 balls, no strikes. Hannigan trying to get on anyway. That's a strike. That's a strike. Will go full 3-2. Valdez due up next, and then Cairo in the 9th spot. Hanging in there, hacking away at 97. Hannigan flied to right back in the 2nd. He singled in the 5th. That was followed by a double by Valdez, and the sacrifice fly by Mike Costanzo gave the Reds their 3rd run. And he flied to center last time up. That's through in the left, a base hit by Hannigan. Great at bat by Ryan Hannigan. Just hang in there, shorten your swing, and find a way. Pinch runner Devin Mesoraco will come out and pinch run for Hannigan.
Well, he has been the pinch runner that has been the favorite for Dusty Baker this year. 3 times Devin Mesoraco has been put in the ball game as a pinch runner. A couple of steps faster, perhaps, than Ryan Hannigan. That's the guy the Reds want to get around and get in to score. Tie this baby up.
Well, the script for the Reds here, you've got a good bunter. Do you sacrifice with Valdez?
Well, yes, because he's the best bunter on the ball club.
If he can't get it done. Of anybody you'd pick off the bench, he would be the #1 choice. Show and bunt. Strike 1.
I got to figure that bunting off of Henry Rodriguez is not all that easy of a chore, even an accomplished bunter like Wilson Valdez.
Valdez, long look at Mark Berry, who rolls through the signs once again. Zimmerman charging at 3rd. He's a 1/3 of the way down the line to start the play. By the time the ball was delivered, he was about 30 feet away. So the bunt's got to go down the first base line. He got it down. Rodriguez will take the out. Good job by Wilson Valdez. Took a high pitch, found a way to get it down, and the sacrifice puts the tying run. Devin Mesoraco out at 2nd, and that'll bring Cairo to the plate. It's one thing if you sacrifice on a gimme sacrifice. It's something else against Rodriguez fastball.
Well, you're not kidding about that. That ball's got a lot of life on it. Now you got that bench alive a little bit.
Last 2 years in Philadelphia, very often And Charlie Manuel needed somebody off the bench to get a bunt down. He did it, and he did it here again. That's the one thing he contributed with on this day. Now here's Cairo, tying run scoring position. Miguel came in on the double switch. 0 for 1, grounded out in the 7th inning. Did he go? Says Tim Timmons. Cairo facing Rodriguez for the first time. Harper's a couple of steps tight in right field. Ankiel shifted towards right center and about medium depth. And Nady in left is straight away. The rain has stopped for the moment, but the grass still wet. So any base hit on the ground into the outfield will not be easy to handle. Great arm in right, Harper. Great arm in center. 2+ arms. Nady, of course, you know, has had arm surgery twice on his elbow. So nowhere near the threat to throw out a runner than the other two are. Desmond trying to keep Mesoraco tight at second.
We don't think that Mesoraco is going to steal. Desmond's going to jockey him back a little bit, but really nobody near him out there. And I doubt that Henry Rodriguez and Desmond have worked much on a combination pickoff move at second base.
Popped up. Is there going to be room? Zimmerman over, calling everybody off, and he's got it. So the Reds down to their final out. And it'll go to the top of the order and Drew Stubbs. Stubbs has faced Rodriguez once and walked. Drew today grounded to second, grounded to third, struck out, reached on an error in the 8th inning.
Looking for his second hit in this series.
Flores rolls through his signs. Mesoraco off second. In under the hands for strike one. 6 runs, 16 hits for Washington. They've left 14. The Reds 5 runs, 8 hits. They've stranded 4. Still a life here in the 9th as Stubbs tries to get the tying run in. Ball and a strike to Drew. Dusty loved to hit the road with a comeback win here. Another ball in the dirt. And if you talk about a strength of Flores, great hands, great feet, Chris. He'll
not kidding about that, man. Did he? I don't know how he even caught those 2 balls that were down in the dirt like that. It would still, however, be nice to see Mesoraco on third base instead.
Another look.
Not exactly textbook blocking right there. Actually, he may have been fortunate that he was able to grab that ball.
I think McCaddy's asking Foster to come out. They want to make sure that Rodriguez is okay. Asking him if he's all right. McCaddy motioned to Foster to come out. So Steve McCaddy, the pitching coach, heads back to his dugout. Rodriguez goes back to work, and Drew Stubbs trying to keep the Reds alive. The veteran pitching coach has done a tremendous job with this young staff. pretty good pitcher in his own right back in the Oakland days. 2 balls, 1 strike. To the stretch, Rodriguez, Mesoraco, the tying run off second. Way high. And it's 3-1. Chris Heisey on deck for Cincinnati. Ball 4. The Reds get the tying run on second, the winning run down to first, and here comes Heisey. Davey Johnson spent most of the first 2 months in 1-run ball games, and he's got another one, just like the Reds and Dusty Baker. Well, Heisey today struck out, grounded out, lined out, and struck out.
If there's ever a decent matchup against a pitcher that throws nearly 100 miles an hour, it might be Chris Heisey. His weakness is breaking balls. He's pretty good on the fastball. Maybe he can turn one around right here.
Swing and a miss for strike 1. Heisey facing Rodriguez for the first time. Mesoraco off second, Stubbs off first. Ooh. They locked them up with that one at 81 miles an hour, and it's 0-2.
That is a lock 'em up kind of a breaking ball right there. After seeing 96 to 98, then you drop one in there with that kind of break at 81. You can miss that about 10 different ways.
Here's the 0-2 to Heisey. Did he go?
Rung up the Reds last night on a second opinion at first base. Didn't happen tonight.
Well, the faithful that have remained, Reds fans up on their feet trying to cheer Heisey on to keep this one going. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-2. Over the last 2 years, 6 pinch hits, home runs from Chris Heisey. Pressure situations, can he deliver here? Down low, we'll go full, 3-2. Rick Eckstein, Trent Jewett sitting and waiting. Boy, you know that they love to get Joey to the plate one more time, and he's in the on-deck circle. And Flores will go out, try to settle his big guy down. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The one thing Flores well known for, he'll take charge of a pitching staff, take charge of a situation. Rule 5 draft picked out of the Mets organization, really on the recommendation of Davey Johnson, who was an advisor to Mike Rizzo, and he's been invaluable as a backup catcher. Here's Heisey trying to deliver for the Reds. 3-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Runners will be off and going. That's ball 4, and they're loaded. And number 19's coming to the plate. Davey Johnson has used his 2 left-handers. The last one he brought in to face Votto from his bullpen, and Joey delivered with a double. What's Votto done today? A homer in the first to give the Reds a 1-0 lead. His 9th 2-home-run game came in the 4th. A shot to center field that tied the game at 2. And after flying to the warning track in the 6th inning in center, he delivered a double in the 8th inning. His 3rd hit of the ball game.
Well, this game all belongs to Rodriguez. Nobody up in the bullpen.
Joey 0 for 3 against Rodriguez in their matchups.
No help in sight.
Mesoraco, Stubbs, Heisey lead off. Up high for a ball. Three for four is Votto. Flores sets up inside. Votto just misses it, fouls it off. 1-1. One of the best fastballs in the league, and a guy who can turn around a heater. Rodriguez to Votto here in the bottom of the ninth with 2 away. In the dirt, somehow Flores knocks it down. Exploding in the dirt in front of him, off his shoulder. He keeps it in front, and that saved a run.
Now, when you miss that badly with a breaking ball like he just did with Joey Votto, there is a 100% chance you're getting a fastball on the next pitch.
Two balls, 1 strike to Joey. Votto digs in with the bases loaded. And ripped foul to the left side. Here's the 2-2 to Votto. Head deep center field.
Get up,
Hank
baby.
Keel going back at the warning track. It's gone. It's gone. Joey Votto is delivered. Make it V for victory. A walk-off grand slam home run. A long-distance Mother's Day present for Votto. Have a game, Joey. 3 home runs, and look at this at home plate. How about this, Chris?
I'm not so sure that this really happened. Joey Votto, home run number 3. He knows he got that baby. Bases loaded. Ball game.
And now you're worth every dime of that 10-year contract.
I'll look at this highlight again and again and again. I mean, he turns around a piece of cheese, upper 90s, and his whole team waiting for him at home plate. And that is some kind of ending to this ball game.
Not over yet, because Jeff Picoro's down on the field with the man of the hour. 3 home runs today, Pick.
Well, thank you very much, George. And it's apropos that George is here, the magic is back. And, boy, Joey, you got every bit of that pitch. I mean, he had it up in the zone, and you crushed it.
Oh, thank you. He's not a very fun guy to face. And, really in that situation, I was just trying to put the ball in play. The last thing you want to do after, mounting that, having those runners get on base is strike out. So I tried to, put the ball in play. And, you don't expect that. I don't care about that as long as we get the win.
First at bat, you go left field, opposite field for the home run. Second at bat, you go dead center. And your final at bat, you go dead center as well, using the entire field. And you hit the ball, I don't know, about a half mile on those 3 home runs. It's
been a work in progress, and today was definitely not one of those days you expect, but my swing finally felt pretty good today, and I was getting some good swings on some pretty good fastballs. So, the work has paid off.
Joey, this was a very important victory for you guys. You didn't want to fall under 500. You didn't want to get swept at home, right?
They're all equally important. I mean, I think even if we're 5 or 10 under 500, we still believe in ourselves. We have confidence in ourselves. Season takes time, and you can't solve everything with one win. So we're going to continue to play and just battle away and play together as a team.
Well, congratulations on a fantastic game and a great win.
Thank you.
Congratulations, buddy. Joey Votto, 3 home runs today, guys. And boy, that last pitch, it was right in his zone. Dusty knew it as soon as it left the hand of the pitcher. He said, this is it, and it was it. George, Chris, back to you.
Happy Mother's Day, huh, Pick? Thanks,
Got that
Pick.
right.
And Jeff Pecor will be by with Jim Day, JD coming up next on Reds Live postgame. Whole lot more to wrap up with this one. What a special Mother's Day in the ballpark today. Long day, yes, but it ends like this, so enjoy every minute of it.